Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Friday, October 6th. So, yeah, we have an upcoming Forbidden limited list update. These updates on Yu-Gi-Oh! Never really making giant changes, which is probably a great thing. It shows that Yu-Gi-Oh! As a collectible card game is fairly stable in that with new updates and adding new cards, they really only tend to break the game with a couple of cards versus potentially breaking the game with huge changes to Forbidden and Limited list updates. Apparently there's going to be changes in the sales period of selection packs. Rage of Chaos was going to end October 9th. Now it's ending October 29th. So they're giving you more time to buy if you need to. And then there is a new selection pack coming October 9th called Flame of Fury. So we're probably in a good position to save up for that. And then a tryout Duel Double Deck 2 event is now underway. Which, yeah. Getting these pop-up announcements is very typical in what is effectively a mobile game, but it does feel fairly weird and a little repetitive a lot of times too. There's just not a lot of relevant information if you're not willing to just always open packs or purchase something. Or really that interested in general in what's going on. A lot of the information you'd more than likely figure out anyways just by moving throughout the game. Yeah. Some of the mobile games I've been playing, in particular Memento Mori, like just the intricacies of the sub-menus and armor and augmenting armor and upgrading armor, it's all fairly too hidden throughout the game and multiple menus, and you'll see that in gacha games. And I would say Memento Mori is not even that bad, but you typically have a game where there's a bar at the bottom and there's 8 different sub menus for those buttons, and then there's usually a home screen where there's maybe 6 more buttons to other sub menus, and then there's typically at least 3 buttons on the side here, and this is on a cell phone layout too, so you'll have like 3 buttons on the side that are advertising big things, and then maybe 3 or 4 buttons on the side here advertising big things, several of which will probably be different ways you can pay money. And then there'll be like a menu most of the time on a mobile game. So like that home screen compared to Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just really, really cluttered. Whereas Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, probably to its own failing, just doesn't monetize as well as other mobile games do, in that you have only 3 sub-menus here: the shop, the solo, and the deck. And honestly, you're not going to spend that much time in the deck. And there's not that much you can do with the deck, since it is just based off the real world collectible card game. There's no way to put experience points, for instance, into cards to make them shiny versions of the cards, or feed cards into other cards to maybe get more crafting points. Maybe that is the next generation of collectible card games, as if you make a digital only collectible card game like Marvel Snap or Hearthstone, there probably should be some RPG like mechanics to cards to upgrade them to higher levels, which, you know, that would be very nice, because that would put a lot of free-to-play players on a path of getting all the cards they would want. But yeah, you have your character design profile button here in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's useless. You have advertisements for individual things. Each one of these individual advertisements really should be a smaller button on the side here. And then you have your dual pass. But even with that, you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 buttons, and then a bar here that if you know, you can click to get to the menu to buy gems. Otherwise, it's actually fairly difficult to even recognize where you would buy gems with real world money. And then just notifications, which get popped up at the beginning of the game, so they don't really matter. They probably should be in the sub menu. And then gift box never does anything. I don't believe I've ever gotten a gift, and I'm not sure any player has ever gotten a gift. Duel Live is kind of a unique feature, but then the friend system is pretty useless. And then when you get to the sub menu here, there's far too many options compared to everything else. Whereas it almost certainly would make more sense if the sub menu was broken into a full screen menu. While I've been playing Res Infinite and making footage, I did have this thought around dynamically collapsing menus, sub-menus, and dynamically expanding sub-menus, which is not a new thought in general, but it's kind of funny that the Unreal Engine, the Unity engine, no engine seems to really have that setup. Godot did put out a video, coincidentally, around dynamically resizing screens, but particularly when you're talking about menus, if you're playing something like Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel on a cell phone in a vertical portrait layout, if more of the sub-menus were just shown on the screen and expanded, so you don't have to click in a menu then click in a secondary menu, that all has to be hand programmed, where it would make a lot of sense in video games to just go, hey, we know the resolution of a monitor, we know if it's a 16:9 ratio or if it's a 9:16 ratio, and as such we should be able to dynamically prioritize which menus should be expanded by default and ready to go. And that's really what it would come down to, is you'd have to assign a priority level to every sub menu, and then it would have to calculate that. Now at a certain point that also breaks just the general idea of we're going to have one interface that looks the same for everybody, which maybe that creates some tech support issues or something like that, but it's probably not that big of a deal in a game. And it also breaks the idea of we're just going to scale everything and just make all the text relatively the same size to itself, to other text, but we're going to scale it up bigger or larger based on the resolution. Clearly though, I'd have to say Yu-Gi-Oh's doing a pretty bad job with their menu. That they're far too interested in showing off your wallpaper here than even getting you into a game quickly. Look, even clicking here to get into a duel, you got one click, then you've got another click to pick here, alright, and then you've got a third click to click OK, then you got a fourth click to select the deck, which then comes to a fifth click to copy a deck you've already built, which 6th click, 7th click, 8th click for going first. And then, interesting, this is a tryout duel as far as you could have two different decks, one if you go first and one if you go second, but for the interest of just sanity's sake, almost all players, I imagine, are just going to play the same deck and hope they have a good enough deck that works whether you go first or second, because that's what you're doing in ranked anyways, is you don't have a choice there. So 9th click, 10th click, 11th click, 12th click, 13th click, 14th click, and 15th click. 15 clicks to get into a game in this special occasion. It would have been closer, I imagine, to 4 or 5 clicks if I was just playing ranked. And certainly a lot of that setup would have only been about 4 or 5 clicks to return to this event. Although this event really just needs 3 victories, so very quickly today we could be done, and then we'd just be back to playing ranked, which is not a problem. Now, at a certain point, counting clicks as far as the actual game isn't as big of a deal. But certainly can be somewhat of a deal. Okay. I'm gonna try something a little bit different here by summoning this first, because I have this on the ground. Then I'm going to go ahead and summon this next. Then I'm going to go ahead and activate this, discarding that to summon this in a second position. Which actually, this is probably the way I should probably play always, because then it has 2 things on the ground, which kind of would make sense. See, so at this point, if something went wrong, I could summon this, or I could just summon this right now, and then I could summon something else to the ground, to the field, and then I could do a 3 summon from that. I don't know if I could really get to a 4 summon at this point, however. What I think I can do is put this on the field. Grab this. Activate this. Toss that. And I'm just basically ignoring his counter strategy of getting a bunch of cards. It just doesn't really matter that much to me. Okay. I'll take this and this one off. Let's see, let's go ahead and toss this one. That doesn't put us in any better position, but whatever, we can do this here, and then we can take that there. And then that's all I can do at the moment, but that is basically a 1-turn kill. if he can't do any damage or defense, yeah. That's 8,000 points, if not 9,000 points on the field. Just go ahead and activate this ability. So, on top of still spending way too much time goofing off playing games on my phone, I've been playing Res Infinite. Res Infinite has some really poor integration into the original game, in that the original game is fairly short. There, he just sacrificed two of my strongest characters. Yeah, Res Infinite really only has like 5 areas. The original Res does, when it really should. The Infinite expansion on it should have gone to 9 areas. It would also make a lot of sense if half of the areas added to Res Infinite were in between the original areas and just kind of a falling action. This is where you regain some of your life. I feel like playing Res Infinite now for the second time, since I originally played it on the Xbox 360, had me showing off the game and doing far too well on first attempt. Particularly considering as it is a lock-on shooter, and there just really isn't another lock-on shooter game that I can even mention. But the Beyond mode with a direct assault mode, and then a lost area, and then a trance mode, and then a boss rush mode, and a lot of that mode being locked behind doing particularly well in the main game play mode, or doing well in a third speedrun mode. That's why I was talking about menus, is that Res Infinite just has far too many menus and sub-menus, but it just separates everything out, whereas it would make a lot more sense for the score attack mode to simply unlock or reveal itself even, and potentially have always been there in the play mode. The only slight difference between playing a score attack mode and the play mode is that in score attack mode you can get score upgrading green pickups, which just adding that after you beat the game one time doesn't really matter that much. Maybe score attack mode lets you level up and get life easier too. Maybe there's slight changes like that in the level layouts, but honestly those slight changes are not big enough. And then having a direct assault mode which just has you play the entire game again, all the levels without taking a break, is not that big of a deal if you're already good at the game, because you're really only gonna... I only lost like twice in the 5 levels, and even at that, that's probably still a fairly high ratio of losing, but it's not that big of a deal. Some of the unlocks unlock by just having played the game for like 10 hours. So I just ran trance mode where you can't take any damage and left it running overnight, and I am assuming that's going to count. If it doesn't, then oh well, I just won't bother to spend the effort on that. Some of the achievements are kind of shocking in the achievements that exist and haven't been gotten by players, whereas other achievements, it definitely makes sense why players haven't gotten it. Like the lowest achievement is 0.5% of players, which is to get all the other achievements, and the achievement above that is 0.6% of players. The score attack mode is kind of arbitrary in that all levels except for the last one have a high score by default of 150,000, and the final level has like a score of default of 300,000. To get a higher score, you just lock on to enemies and memorize the areas, so you're at a max lock on before you release the A button to fire your lasers, your missiles, at characters, and that just gives you a higher damage multiplier and a higher chance of getting a kill, or they'd pick up evolution item or overdrive item. But yeah, I really would have hoped, instead of more modes and weirdly segregated modes around playing the 4 or 5 original areas, that there would just be new songs, since it is a very musical game, trance music. Yeah. I will also say the trance mode in particular is terrible. It sounds just absolutely awful. I would never want to hear that. Let's see. I guess we'll go through all of this. Rez, I believe, was a PlayStation 1, maybe PlayStation 2 game, and it was very ambitious to basically have a throwback to vertex-based graphics. I guess that's the right way to describe that. And in a modern time, I would, with its really short levels, or rounds, effectively in each of the areas, of the 5 areas, you have this opportunity to experiment with saving your performance, potentially, like emulators save your performance and you can rewind time. If you could save your performance for each round and make a master play around that, where this is your best performance, which is split up segments of different playthroughs, that might be very interesting. It also might be very interesting to have randomization, or some level of randomization potentially happen. Maybe bespoke waves of enemies, but randomize when the waves of enemies show up, and having a mode like that so you could potentially play for longer. It is actually fairly shocking that nobody has tried to rip off several of the ideas of Rez. Either having the vertex style graphics. A few games have done that, but not to any level of success. Certainly there's been plenty of top-down Asteroids clones that have vertex 2D graphics, but 3D vertex graphics, or half 3D vertex graphics. There are actually a lot of textures in Rez here and there. It's kind of hard to even say the game has a boss battle. It does have a boss battle, but there's really only 5 bosses, so in the main game, that really feels like there should be double that. Well, there goes all my cards. But yeah, I kind of wish there was more to Rez as a game, or as some of its concepts. It does also probably highlight why if you were going to try to make a spiritual successor to something like Star Fox 64, the bespoke level layouts of being an on-rail shooter, since Res is also on rails, probably just don't work in modern games, and you really would need some level of randomization to have enough levels. Although you could have randomization in the development process and then lock down the randomization once it ships. It's not going to be as easy as just using something like Speed Tree to make a forest, but you could definitely do that. I also, and this isn't very YouTube related, had this art project where a specific artist made what he calls a manga tarot card deck. It's not really manga by any art style definition. It is, I would say, much closer to a French comic art style, if anything, because A, it's colorful, it's not black and white manga, and B, there's not really any level of the big heads, large eyes art style that you'd see in manga. You either going for the kawaii or moe art style. It's not that at all. The anatomical proportions of all of the characters in the tarot card deck is actually fairly accurate, I imagine, is how most people would interpret that or perceive it. It's also worth pointing out that I don't actually believe in tarot in any way. I just thought it was a pretty collection of art, and have been following it for over 10 years. So I've been following the artist on DeviantArt, although I really don't do too much on DeviantArt these days. And have just wanted to buy it, but it was a few years of waiting for him to finish it, because he was hand animating every single card of the 72 cards in a tarot deck of the major arcana and the minor arcana. Now, if you just did the major arcana, then you only have to do about 13 pictures. Those would be the cards like Death, the Tower, the Hanged Man, things like that. But the minor arcana is going to be your Ace of Staffs through your King of Staffs, including a Page of Staffs. So the tarot is somewhat like a playing card deck if you remove the major arcana, in that you have an ace, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, an 8, 9, and 10 of 4 suits, which would be, the suits are different. It's staffs, swords, coins, and cups. In each of those suits, there is a story as it's traditionally animated, which traditionally is not really that long for the tarot, really. Anyways, it's just a few hundred years from the traditional tarot card deck you normally would see. But there's a story in it as far as the beginning of a journey for a character with the ace, and the end of a journey with a character with the king. And there is a page, which is effectively the 11th card in the suit of a 14 card suit. So if you do have a tarot card deck, you could definitely break it down, remove a few cards, and get to a standard playing card deck. So the art project on this was first to buy the cards, which comes in a nice little artistic box with a book written by somebody else that honestly, to get it, you have to go to a special UK-based website that only makes tarot cards. And the book, I imagine, is the exact same text for whatever tarot card deck of different art styles you buy, and that they just change the pictures and the cover. And the book is very wishy-washy. in that it's trying to appeal to both people who do believe in tarot and people who don't. So it feels like it's just trying to almost cold read you in book format. But yeah, it comes with a nice little collectible box, and in the box is a book and then the deck. So I started by buying that. Then I bought what was way more expensive picture frames and hardware to put the picture frames together. And there's a point in this story, and I'll get to it eventually. So I needed to buy 5 picture frames to fit all 72 cards. The picture frames are kind of a horizon, horizontal. Then I needed, and this is where my shaky hands and arthritic hands don't help. I needed to ask someone to do me a favor to use photo corners, which are these little see-through plastic corners that you would use on each side of a photo to put into a photo book. Someone had to do that, so 4 times 72 photo corners being put down in very precise format so that each of the cards would line up, and they did an amazingly great job at that, just making everything look parallel, because if things were even slightly off or misaligned, it would be very noticeable. And then, so I had that person do me that favor, and then I put the project away. It was just in the boxes for safety, and I didn't do anything for it for 6-7 months. Now, in part because I hadn't really put a lot of effort into this project. Like I said, I've been thinking about doing this for 10 years. It's a real slow process because it is just a piece of art that at the end of the day is going to hang on the wall, and it is hanging on the wall now and looks really good. I stupidly let my laziness, my insomnia, just put it on the back burner without even looking at the work that this friend had done for me. And yeah, that was rude. I should at least appreciate it. I should have probably said thank you a few more times. It was a lot of work. In fairness, this friend probably did more artistic work on this project than I did. I'm really just funded the purchase of the hardware and the picture frames, but the actual amount of effort I put into it was fairly minimal. But yeah, I put it away, and then they called me on it yesterday or the day before, and I just stupidly probably should have lied and said, oh yeah, I looked at it, but I just told the truth, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've just been sleeping and not getting anything done, so I haven't even looked at it. And the disappointment in this person's eyes, I feel like, was palatable and justifiably so. It was just a rude thing to do. I should have acted as quickly as they had acted, because they had acted very quickly to put the cards in the frames and put the picture corners in the frames, and then I did nothing for it. It comes off as not being appreciative, even if that's not your intention. So that kicked me in the butt to finish the project. So at that level, I had the 5 picture frames, and they have hook screw nail holders to hang them on individually. The 5 picture frames do, but if I did it that way, it would be a nightmare to try and line up 5 screws or photos. Where I was going to hang it has 1 stud, which it would have definitely been better if it had more, So then I thought I had some hanging wire, picture frame hanging wire, and I didn't have that, so I had to go to the hardware store to get that. And in the process of trying to figure it out, I also found a cheap dollar store shelf that is the same kind of cheap black vinyl particle board wood, so it looks almost like the shelf was built directly to match the picture frames, when really it's just almost all cheap wood facaded things are the same color if you get black. Which that helped me find. That was a lucky find, because then that lets me have a shelf to put the book and the box at the top. And so then I spent a day flipping the frames over, putting hanging wire with a knot at each of the hanging spots in the center. Although in all fairness, it's probably going to just very slowly over time slip the knots, tighten them to the point where each of the picture frames is going to hang with equal pressure on the knots and balance itself out. That's my hope, at least. Otherwise, it may very well be a case that the bottom knot is holding up all 5 of the picture frames. And like, ideally, that would be what was happening right now, is that it would be the bottom knot is not winning very well, is taking all the pressure, and then it's going to slowly tighten the second bottom knot, and then it will slowly tighten and position the third bottom knot. Although it kind of doesn't matter, because I also took a staple gun and just stapled all the frames in 3 or 4 places to each other to make each of the picture frames line up absolutely perfectly plumb with each other as best as I could do it. One might be slightly off. And so they are very possibly hanging by their staples as much as anything else at the moment. So now I have the 5 picture frames as one unit now. I've taken what were 5 somewhat lightweight picture frames and multiplied the weight by 5, making them very heavy, and my arm was very sore yesterday trying to lift this whole thing, basically by the wire. The wire, I had it looped around and going back to the first knot, and so everything now theoretically is hanging via one very thick screw into a stud. On the screw, I also added an L bracket to position the cheap shelf. So that too is all hanging by one screw. The screw is thick enough that it wouldn't shear it, but I wouldn't be surprised if the wire, most likely the knots would slip. I don't think the wire would snap. The hanging wire I used was so thick that even my tin snips couldn't get through it. I've been able to cut through all kinds of metal and plastic and things. Like, I've never found another product that did not get cut immediately on the first try very easily with tin snips. But yeah, twisted steel wire actually gave it pause. But yeah, the whole thing's very heavy. It had suffered a little bit of a bend at the bottom. So to adjust that, I put some foam, just packing foam on the back of the bottom to make it more in line. Otherwise it was kind of tilting backwards. Now the one problem with this with it is that it's so tall. I had to put it like very high up, put the screw very high up on the wall, and it's behind my door. So now if I slam my door open, the door handle is just going to slam into it. There's a doorstop that was there, but yeah, I didn't really have a lot of options as to where I could hang it. There is also a problem of where it is. It's not very well lit, so I'll have to, at some point, maybe get like a battery operated spotlight for it, or art piece. It's very tall, though, easily 4.5 feet tall, and now honestly it's closer to 6 feet tall if you include the shelf and the top piece. It is a very, very big art piece that would have trouble being placed in a lot of locations. I'd also say the layout is a little weird. There's only a couple ways you can do it because of the orientation. You could have potentially had some more space, more empty space, and put all of the major arcana separate from the minor arcana cards. But what I chose to do is have the first row be the 1 through, I guess, about 7 of the major arcana, and then the first card of the column, the first column, being the remaining of the major arcana cards, and then the very bottom row doesn't have anything in the first or last column, and that's the last bit of the major arcana cards. That allows you to have all of the minor arcana line up with their 14 cards in one frame, or across 2 frames, really, is how I set it up. Clearly, if you were going to make this as a product, you would want a picture frame that is either a little thinner, or you're going to have too much white space. Yeah, I didn't do that right at all. So yeah, what I'll need to do is just install a better doorstop so that the handle doesn't crash into it, and then hope it just doesn't ever crash to the ground, because if it does, there's a room for a lot of breaking. It's a very nice, unique art piece. There's almost certainly only one of it in the world, even though other people could make it. It's just a major investment. Easily 4 or 5 times more money was spent on the hanging equipment in the frames and the shelf than the tarot card deck itself. If you wanted to do it a little bit worse, you would just use like blue sticky putty and stick it on the wall. There is something kind of uniquely unexpected too from the picture corners, is that with them being behind plexiglass, the good news is it is plexiglass, so if it does fall, it is just going to either break the wood, the cheap fake wood border, or break the plexiglass. It's not going to fall and shatter real glass on the floor, although it is heavy enough it might do some damage to the wall or the stud behind it. I doubt it though. It's not that heavy. It's just way more heavy than you would expect from what is effectively a picture. Finally, I get a win. I was thinking this would be super easy to get 3 wins, but it never is it? But yeah, the corner pictures behind the plexiglass have this odd kind of reflectiveness to them. So it's almost like a twinkling of a star in the corners, which is coincidentally fairly apropos to the tarot deck. Not that the tarot really has anything to do with astrology or star gazing or star reading. It has basically nothing to do with that. There's a card called the Stars, I believe, as far as the major arcana goes. So once I start lighting it up, it may be very much a case that all four corners will have this weird kind of reflectiveness to it. Right now, being in the darkness, there's half of it is kind of reflective. And it definitely is an art piece that I'd like to show off, but I also have to recognize that there's also a lot of people who are either on one side of the spectrum, and I would say spectrum here almost jokingly implying the autistic spectrum, but there are people on one side of the opinion that tarot is real and it's witchcraft, and they're just going to be ridiculous and throw a fit about it, even though in this case the art is not even the tarot card they would be thinking about. And then there are people on the other side of the spectrum who think tarot is real and it's witchcraft, and that's a good thing. So I don't want to really deal with either like hyper fundamentalist conservative Christians for the most part, or Muslims would have a problem too, and even Jews may have a problem too. I mean, the Bible, which all Judeo-Christians follow, does say do not suffer a witch. I don't want to potentially show off art and then get into an argument or have them get huffy just because the art is based and inspired by tarot. And I also don't want to get in a conversation with people who believe in tarot and want to then give me talk to me about their magical thinking belief in that really has affected their lives, or that it really works, or something like that. Like I'm purely just an artist, and in the same way, if there was something nice artistically done based off of Judeo-Christian art, which there is quite a lot of very nice Judeo-Christian art done out there. Unfortunately, it is definitely the case that a lot of art was only maintained and survived the Spanish Inquisition and things like that because they either were art pieces depicting religious characters or were based off of art pieces that depicted religious or what were previously accepted Greek art photos and art and paintings. But yeah, I would just as likely have art like that put up if it caught my attention and if it was something that interested me. Yeah. So I'm an equal opportunity art aficionado of a certain styles, but it definitely has to be something special too. I did certainly that there is certainly a reason there that it took me over 10 years to decide to pull the trigger, and even at 10 years I was still contemplating just giving up on the idea and never going any further with it. As far as whether I wanted to buy it. But that does mean I finished another art. Another art thing, another project. Yeah, project in general. Usually my projects are more computer based. So this was a project that I put, again, very little effort into. And it is definitely an effort of appreciation more than an effort of creation on my part. I struggled and had to learn every step of the way to just figure out how to hang it. I really don't have a lot of experience in hanging photos or picture frames. In contrast, I also have an X-Men collectible card poster that I hung about a year ago, so that too is kind of the childish cartoony art style that I seem to appreciate more of than, say, like art renaissance. What happened here? Something didn't work the way it should have. So anyways, I guess that counts as a part of the accountability section as far as what I was doing. Let's see. Let's go ahead and just banish this. Go ahead and destroy this card, and then in the turn we may concede here. In part, though, that there is a problem here, where now that also gives me a bit more of an excuse to try for another project and start buying things during Amazon Prime Day, which is the 10th and 11th. But I basically bought those picture frames Prime Day last year. So I honestly may have been sitting on it for a year, not 6 months. Yeah, time really does fly when you're trying to be a YouTuber and make content, and there's just always this desire to spend all your energy making content. It really is ridiculous. Speaking of YouTube, they finally updated the minimum requirements on my account, but it doesn't really change anything. Yes, if I got about 300 more subscribers and about 3,300 more watch hours, I could have subscriptions and then get away from Patreon, which Patreon sent me an email as far as showing off the new Patreon, which I think is going to try to be more of a social media site and just have more features, which may or may not be a good thing. Almost certainly I should have waited. Just waited until whatever resolves here resolves. Because one assumes they are trying very hard to get something on the field. Let's see. Let me just scroll down my Twitter. Well, we still can use Twitter. Which, yeah, at some point. The most recent thing about Twitter/X is that the potential thought here is that the investors in Twitter, the other investors, maybe the Saudi Arabian government and other financial groups may try and take back control of Twitter and spend a ton of money to just put somebody else actually in charge. Which I don't know if that would be any better. Like, it kind of just doesn't matter at this point. Most of the staff that has left Twitter, most of the talent there, if you can call it really talent, I'm not sure you really could, is gone. So you're going to have to just go on this major hiring spree to replenish the brain drain. Let's see what this does. So he stole my card, and then he's got a one-turn kill. Apparently, according to Video Games Chronicle, Bethesda has updated Redfall with a 60 frames per second mode, gameplay changes, and more. Gameplay changes might be what the game needs. 60 frames per second mode only helps so much. That being said, though, it really is questionable as far as just how good of an experience you really could make with Redfall. And even if you made it a great game like the Phantom Liberty DLC for Cyberpunk 2077, you potentially still are not going to get any audience, because you just can't have a second bite at the apple as far as getting that initial bit of attention. You can't undo the reviews. And yeah, you generally just couldn't change the game enough to call it just gameplay changes for it to catch people's attention. You'd have to say that they're coming out with a whole new game mode to even start to catch people's attention. So yeah, I got halfway through that article and then gave up reading it. Didn't want to read a wall of update text. CD Projekt has confirmed plans to release a complete edition of Cyberpunk 2077, which, okay, that helps you, I suppose, in part make sure everybody has the Phantom Liberty DLC, which is the part that people are fairly well enjoying. One of the complaints that Jeff Grossman, I don't know why I'm really resubscribed to him and listening to him. He's so bad. Like, I don't know if he ever was really good, Jeff Grossman in particular, at reviewing or being a video game critic. Like most of my experience was really him goofing off with Ryan Davis, where I really think Ryan Davis probably was the thing that was making Giant Bomb good. Although it is also kind of unfair to then say the reason why Giant Bomb eventually got bad is because Ryan Davis died. Because it's not like he could have helped dying, although at some level he probably could have if he had just been healthier. But yeah, Jeff Gerstmann is just not really good at anything. He's a terrible YouTuber, streamer, podcaster. He's a terrible speaker. Like he's almost like he lost all of his skill at some point. He doesn't have really much of an insight, I think, in games when he talks about games, but also I just haven't heard him actually talk about games. And that's something that he was bad about even before, where he would just say it's crap as his entire review in the Giant Bombcast back in the day. But I know yeah, I guess I've just gotten wiser as far as how bad some of their discussions and their hot takes were in their podcast, and I almost certainly have evolved my opinion on the personalities. And so if you're going to have a podcast built around the personalities, when you actually don't like those people anymore, it changes everything. Alright, well, we got our third win, so I never have to engage with that again. And we get this pack, which more often than not, when I get the third wins on these and get a packet, I don't have the opportunity to show this, although it doesn't look like any of those cards were even new. So, yeah. Not really much of a reward, but it does just allow you to stop playing. And as far as daily quests, we're done. The only thing left would be a Duel Live to watch. Or playing solo mode. Let's see. This one is ending soon. Space-time transcendence. We definitely do have enough that we could consider this, but it's just a really terrible candidate. Yeah. Basically all you're doing is trying to get this ultra rare and this ultra rare, which I haven't even really seen anybody playing with this ultra rare card, so it's not even in the meta. Let's see. Call of Duty Warzone Mobile has been delayed to the spring of 2024. Let's see. What was I clicking on? The Steam Next Fest. Hashtag Steam Next Fest here. This is just following the hashtag. Has been scheduled as far as a YouTube video presentation there. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Steam Next Fest might be where we get an announcement of that leaked Steam Deck TV. It really is just going to be a case for me, I think, where I draw a line. If by the time the winter sale or the final December sale of Steam happens and the Steam Deck TV hasn't been confirmed by Valve, then I think I'm back on track to buy a Steam Deck. Otherwise, if it has been confirmed, then I'm just going to be on track to buy the Steam Deck TV product instead, assuming the Steam Deck TV isn't also ridiculously expensive. If it's a $600-700 device, then that's going to be fairly ridiculous. There is a question, certainly, if the Steam Deck TV comes out, will it have 3 different models at different prices, like the Steam Deck, or will it be a all-in-one, this is a 4K at 240 hertz device for $1,200 computer, effectively? Which, yeah, that would be way too expensive. But yeah, so I'm just gonna wait and see for the next few months as to what happens. Oh yeah, one more thing as far as working on projects go, it's just like every time I do anything physical or anything ambitious, I end up injuring myself and hurting myself. So literally, since I'm basically doing nothing, like, but hanging pictures, it's ridiculous. I used my fingernail and finger to open a flap on a box of screws that I had, and in the process it pulled back a corner of my fingernail and caused the quick to start bleeding and bruised under my fingernail. It's just like so ridiculous. Like, I get my arm being sore because I was lifting something heavy up. That's just exercise. That's reasonable. But to be bleeding because you opened a box is totally insane. And it definitely always feels like that's the case. Is that regardless of how much caution I try to put into it or how safe I try to do things, you get these little injuries, and construction people, I'm sure, are laughing at me as they probably end up having little nicks, cuts, and bruises all the time. But yeah, it seems like you always want a pound of blood, a cup of blood to drip in any project. You haven't done anything until you're actually bleeding. Which, yeah, in this case it was a tiny little injury, but it's silly. Like, just once I'd like to do something physical and not be sore or bleeding afterwards. If anything, it probably also just testifies how terrible, unequipped and unskilled I am as far as doing physical things. As somebody who was trained as a computer programmer, I wasn't taking shop classes and things like that. Moving on back to video games, The Last of Us 2 Remastered listing has been listed on Naughty Dog's development LinkedIn. New evidence suggesting that a remaster for the PS4 is coming. Almost certainly it was coming, though. You kind of commit to remastering the second game when you remaster the first game. I don't think we've had a single scenario where a game with a sequel came out remastered without there just being the default assumption that the sequel would eventually be remastered anyways. The only slight thing that maybe would have made an argument against doing that would have been the reboots of, like, Resident Evil 4. Like, at a certain point, probably 5 to 10 years ago, there would have been a special edition, not called a remaster, of Resident Evil 4, without any real thought or care to making special editions or remasters of Resident Evil 0, 1, 2, 3, or 5 or 6. And we still may very well be in a case with the reboots of Resident Evil, in that we may not see an actual reboot attempting to tell the story of Resident Evil 5 or 6, and they may just leave it and do nothing for and just assume that people should play the reboot of Resident Evil 4 and then jump to Resident Evil Village, which maybe that even shows some forward thinking in that Village, being Resident Evil 7, isn't called Resident Evil 7, so they can kind of hide the fact that they're skipping 5 and 6. I don't particularly personally think Last of Us 2 Remastered is going to do that well, though, because I just don't think people particularly well received Last of Us Part 2, because the story just goes in a different way, changes the protagonist, changes the protagonist in the case that you're not playing as Joel, and changes the protagonist in the case that you're not really playing as the Ellie you know at the end of Last of Us Part 1. So it just kind of feels like too much of a different game, and not particularly that well received. Crazily, the thing I remember most about The Last of Us 2 is them trying to show off how advanced their rope and string technology as far as physics was in the game, which, if you're highlighting just technological achievements like that, boy, are you skewing away from anything that your average gamer cares about, or average human can even relate to, instead of storytelling and narrative. I saw somebody was on Reddit talking about the fact that NVIDIA video cards are still massively high, so I pulled up the Steam hardware survey. In here, we'll click for more info, but you can see, as far as the Steam hardware survey for September of 2023, which arguably I probably should pop this up and check it maybe at the end of the year. I'm not sure I really want to do it even once a month, though. That's kind of pointless. They only come out with new graphics cards basically 1 year, or new generation. But the percentage is very high as far as NVIDIA graphic cards at 77%, with AMD taking 14.79%, and then Intel integrated graphics taking 7.89%, and then other is less than a percentage, and honestly, other would have to be something like a Raspberry Pi or something. I don't even think the Steam Deck would be excluded from that. We'd have to kind of look there. And then DirectX 12 and Windows 10 for your system is 73%, where DirectX 11 and Vista is, I guess, 3%, and then DirectX 12 and Windows and pre-Windows 10 is 17%. So about 90% of all of the DirectX settings and games is DirectX 12, which inherently, I don't know if that means the 2% of other here is games that are using OpenGL or some other graphics language other than DirectX 12 or DirectX 11 or DirectX 10. There is a decent percentage of games that are so old, though, that they still are using DirectX 9. And I would say there is fairly significant differences around the difference between DirectX 10 and DirectX 9, where there's less difference between DirectX 10 and DirectX 11 and DirectX 11 to DirectX 12. The number of Intel CPUs are 67.87%. As far as people playing games on Steam, whereas AMD is only 32%. And this is definitely where I made a mistake here, when in building my newest computer is by getting or trying to get more performance or cheaper price by going AMD. I left the mainstream, and it's only caused me frustration really since that. As far as the number of CPUs per computer, 14.85 either have one CPU or more than 2, 4, 6, or 8 CPU cores, which one generally would assume that it's going to be 2 threads per core. So yeah, if you're streaming, I would say 12 cores. If you can get 12 cores or 10 cores makes sense, but otherwise 8 cores is probably fine too. 6 cores is probably fine even if you're streaming. I wouldn't want to go 4 cores if you plan on streaming, and I wouldn't want to go 2 cores or 1 core. But having other here really confuses the issue because it doesn't tell you specifically, so you'd have to click for more information. And then let's see, the percentage of people playing on Macintosh is 24% of it is MacBook Pro or MacBook Air, and then incredibly small percentages for the iMac, the Mac Mini, a MacBook regular, or a Mac Pro, and then VR headset. A lot of these numbers wouldn't really matter too much, but if anything, this is the best and most diverse chart of it, in that it's fairly balanced between several different technologies here. I guess Oculus Quest doing the best at 41%, but yeah, almost certainly a very small group of people that are doing VR at all, though. So yeah, DirectX 12 GPUs are 88.91% of all GPUs in September, with DirectX 8 and lower GPUs being the highest second number. And again, that would probably include just integrated graphics or things that aren't really designed to do video game graphics at all. And then it's just all NVIDIA, GTXs, RTXs. The 360 is like the lowest of the 3000 series I think you can get, while the 1650 GTX may still be a fairly good integrated graphics card, or a card you can at least get. 2060 is probably not worth buying now. 1060 almost certainly not worth buying these days. Laptop GPUs being separated, and laptop GPUs being very different experiences. A 360 versus a 360 laptop GPU are very different experiences. It's all in NVIDIA, and then you have an AMD Radeon graphics category, which, if anything, looks like it is just including all Radeon graphics in the way it is reported. And then you have Intel Iris Xe graphics. And then the next AMD is way down here with the AMD Radeon RX 580. Yeah. But you can definitely see that this is very much a NVIDIA dominated category, and the others here are still just really being labeled as others. So something like a cell phone or a Raspberry Pi that might have a RISC-V integrated graphics is just not even being considered at all. The weirdest thing we see here is the VIA graphics way at the bottom as DirectX 9 cards. So here's a 2080 Super, and I have a 2080 regular. So let's just see. I think I have a 2080. I might have a 2070. See where the 2080 stands in the list. So much of the exact same number. Here's the 2080, so fairly low as far as people percentage wise, because there's just a lot of variety. Here's a GTX 970. I had that one before, and that's even more prominent. I'm not sure I'm really getting a lot of information there from that though. So yeah, as far as physical CPUs, one CPU seems to be very rare. 4 CPUs and 6 CPUs seem to be fairly high. 8 CPUs seems to be fairly high, and then you start to have weird divisions when you start to go to 9, 10, 11 CPUs. And you'd almost assume that if you have 9, 10, or 11 CPUs, you're actually dedicating some CPUs to something else, or you're running in a virtual machine. 12 CPUs is kind of high, 14 CPUs is kind of high. Anything that ends in a multiple of 2, 16 is kind of high. But then you're starting to get really high past 16 CPUs, because unless you're running gaming on a server, you're just not going to have that many CPUs, likely. 24 CPUs to get to that point. You're either your system is reporting things wrong and you actually have 24 threads, not 24 CPUs, which is almost the same thing these days, or you are connecting to a server that would have 24 CPUs. Of course, if you did have 24 CPUs in a server, it probably isn't that fast of a thing. And then some of this, straight up, at a certain point, has to be either experimental server stuff or lies. Although, in fairness, this is also 0.0% across the board. So one person somewhere maybe have programmed their computer to emulate the idea that it has way more CPUs than it should. 72 CPUs, 96 CPUs, 128 CPUs. There are server, like $5,000 server CPUs that would have 128 CPUs on them, but that is highly unlikely. And then I imagine the breakdown for OS X is much more realistic in that there are only so many different configurations you could build something on. And then for Linux, the thing here very well may be a case where the Steam Deck would bump it up quite a bit. So if the Steam Deck, for instance, had 4 CPUs, which is very believable, that would explain why 58.24% of players would have that 4 CPUs. Again, though, I don't know if that really gives me that much information, so that really is something I should only look at once a year, if that much even. Meanwhile, it's not like there's even new announcements on CPUs or GPUs, so my recommendation as far as buying the best Intel CPU and the best NVIDIA GPU you can afford stays pretty much the same. There aren't any major updates going to come, at least for Christmas season. GameDeveloper.com has this article, Valve breakdowns what will and won't get your game featured on Steam. This looks like this is a video, and this might be the guy that they kind of sidelined as far as doing announcements from Valve. Like, that it was a guy and a girl that were doing announcements, kind of replacing Gabe Newell, which is a smart move, as the face of Valve, and then it all of a sudden became really just a girl doing the announcements, which honestly I don't know if they needed two presenters, but it probably does make a lot of sense to always have two presenters for your company. That way if one of them gets canceled or gets fired, you have another backup. So they say what is algorithmic and what is curated on Steam. Some of this they definitely have explained before. The game featured at the top banner is a curated selection by Steam. The carousel below is, however, generated by a mix of algorithmic tools. Yeah, pretty much have known that. In that carousel, players will see a mix of games they played or wishlisted, games their friends are playing or have wishlisted, games their friends have recommended, top-selling games that correlate in their region, new releases, and updates from curators the player follows. Further down the page, Special Offers tab is a pool of discounts selected by Valve store managers. After that, the remaining front page recommendation pools, including the Discovery Queue, the recommended games carousel, the curator recommendation carousel, and from developers and publishers you know carousel, and the Steam's top charts are all algorithmic. Valve content hubs, sections of the store dedicated to specific games, are set up like mini versions of the front page and are described as personalized. So yeah, it's not really that useful information as a gamer to know all of that. But I guess it's kind of nice to know in general. If anything, it highlights one of the things that Valve is doing poorly. If I was in charge of Valve, I definitely would want to see them shift away from having so much of your money coming from Counter-Strike 2 now, CSGO and CSGO skins, and have more of their money coming in through advertising, which means through advertising making a better version of Steam, in that games get recommended a lot in a much better way and people get encouraged to purchase games a lot more often, instead of just having it be a case where a large percentage of players can get away with buying games just during a Steam summer sale and maybe a winter sale, and then ignore the storefront for the other 10 months out of the year. Very noticeably, when you look at a game, the algorithms they're using are particularly bad about recommending games you've either never seen before or haven't seen in a while, versus it just recommending very bad matches based on terrible tagging systems, or recommending games you've already purchased and played, or recommending games you've already seen 100 times and are just not interested in. I wanted to point out here, I guess Gearbox is promoting Remnant 2 coming July 25th. I didn't realize that that's even a focus from them. It's kind of interesting to have a banner ad with the ESRB thing on it. But the other weird thing is just how rapidly Gearbox is going through these Echoes from the Borderlands podcast. Like, either this is, on one hand, them just desperately trying to promote Borderlands more, or people making a podcast because they don't have anything better to do with their time, or this is just a very odd push to have a podcast come out. Maybe even from the podcast they're trying to do something like developer commentary, or maybe they were contractually obliged to do a podcast. Otherwise it really just doesn't make sense that you would make so many episodes. In my mind, Echoes from the Borderlands should probably be at about episode 2 or 4, and that there should be one that comes out 1 per month, not 2 or 3 per month, because I just can't imagine that you're going to be able to continue a podcast just talking about Borderlands and the development of Borderlands for that long. Which that is kind of the problem with podcasts in general, is that you need a strong core reason to make another episode that stays around forever. Whereas if you're making a podcast where you're just reviewing episodes of some TV show, once the TV show goes away, or once you've seen every episode for a season, you then have to go into a hibernation mode. Apparently PlayStation exclusive Modern Warfare 3 content has been revealed, which this is the first time in a long time that we've heard of any just like exclusive content being released for PlayStation or any console in a while. I thought for the most part the industry had moved away from that, and I seriously doubt that's going to push that many people to buy a second copy of Modern Warfare 3 or buy Modern Warfare 3 on the PlayStation instead of the Xbox, if they were more leaning towards the Xbox originally. Apparently Epic really just doubling down on putting out bad news at the absolute worst time you could put out bad news, when they could have gotten away of putting out this bad news 3-4 weeks ago when everybody was hating on Unreal Engine, and they would have gotten away with it. People wouldn't have had as much fury around this. Although I don't know if there really is a lot of room to be that furious that Epic is going to now start charging non-game developers for the Unreal Engine use. Increasingly you are seeing Unreal Engine being used in TV and movie production, and that's potentially where you could see maybe they would stop using Unreal Engine, or maybe they wouldn't care at all from that. They haven't cared, according to this article, up until this point, because they weren't making any money in non-gaming applications. Now, weirdly, that they're saying such as manufacturing, because I just don't know how many people are using Unreal Engine in manufacturing versus people that would go to either AutoCAD for a computer automated drafting, CNC style things, files. Yeah. Because if you were doing 3D printing, or if you were doing a CNC milling cutter, laser cutter, things like that, all of that really needs to be in vector paths, something closer to an AutoCAD file, not Unreal Engine. I just don't see why you would use Unreal Engine in that case for manufacturing. The only thing I can imagine you could do in manufacturing is have a 3D version of your factory line, or your factory in general, and be able to virtually walk through your factory line instead of just physically walking through your factory line, which is just not that useful. I would definitely have to assume that non-gaming applications in Hollywood and other creative fields, advertising potentially with the Unreal Engine would make a lot more sense. But even at that, like 2D advertising, you'd still use Photoshop. Unreal Engine is only slightly a good choice in making movable, interactive 3D models. It's not even the best software to make 3D models, and that's why in part you would still probably use Blender, or I think it's called Adobe Sculptor, to make 3D models, and then you'd export those files and then import them into Unreal Engine. But yeah, they're gonna sell it using a seat-based licensing model in which companies pay a license for each employee using it, similar to Adobe products for any customers using products for anything other than game development, which inherently you could just lie and say you're making a video game, and then it'd be up to Unreal Engine to try and fine you or make you pay, which inherently that's also the problem with like the over licensing issue with Windows, where Microsoft was charges corporations a lot for a lot of seats that aren't actually being used for license of Windows. And if they see a single computer, they're assuming that there's a version of Windows on that computer, regardless of whether it has Windows on it or not. See, even in their example here, you're having a media company called Voltaku, which I've never heard of, using it for a TV-based, on a comic series, TV-based show based on a comic called Killtopia. Yeah, so Hollywood. Now, noticeably, though, these last two paragraphs here are just talking about Unity, which gives, I guess, some reference to what's been going on between Unity and Unreal Engine. And it's fair to also point out that the Godot engine's Q&A forum was down, so while the Godot engine may get an influx of money, game developers may find that there's just not enough of an influx of programmers and people to support the Godot engine and improve on it, and there may just be this being stuck between a rock and a hard place situation where it's just a lot safer to use the Unreal Engine or the Unity engine, where you can get better support and be more assured that the game would actually run and the engine would actually run, versus experimenting with the Godot engine and potentially having an engine that might just fall apart on the next update or on a bug being discovered. Microsoft is reportedly expected to finalize its acquisition of Activision Blizzard next week, which, by the way, next week, just about the same time, Diablo 4 is coming to Steam. So Diablo 4 has done particularly terrible. Baldur's Gate 3 has eaten its lunch, but also Diablo 4 was not being well received even before Baldur's Gate 3 came out because of its season style of selling itself in gameplay. But there's a real commitment here to not be committed to Battle.net now, and really just using Battle.net as an early access platform. It will probably go away the second the Activision Blizzard merger is cleared in some way. It'll stick around, but Microsoft will de-emphasize it, and you'll start to see every single Activision, Blizzard, and King game come to either Steam and Windows Store, or just Windows Store. Probably both, just to avoid claims of monopolistic actions and gain more sales in general. There's this Video Games Chronicle article saying venture capital funding in video games has fallen to a 3-year low, which may sound like a bad thing, but when you actually get into the reasons that they claim for it, it's actually, in my opinion, a very good thing. Expensive development and job losses pose a big risk for investors, it's claiming. A bigger risk. A big reason, though, it's down to a 3-year low is because in the last 3 years, there has been a heavy push to get venture capital funding for companies to acquire other companies and for them to invest in what they are calling Web3, which is cryptocurrencies and NFTs, and the metaverse. Things that have all been roundly rejected by gamers, and the power of this interest here actually has succeeded. And in general, I'd say venture capital funding really should just go away in most industries. Like, it's only adds disinterested parties to have ownership in video game companies. I want people who are willing to invest into a video game company to actually like video games and actually want to see the video game community succeed and games be made. I don't want a bunch of venture capitalists or investors in general who never play video games, who are 65 years or older, never play video games, don't care about video games, only want to make profits, more and more profits always. Because when you have investors that only want to make profits every quarter, that's when you have CEOs, whether they want to or not, being forced to lay off people or lie about their profits or integrate other monetization schemes like NFTs or games as a service. Like, almost everything in the, I'd say about the last 5 years that's been talked about as far as games as a service, DLC and pre-orders and microtransactions and Web3 and NFTs and metaverse, all of that has been just nonsense jargon repeated more often than not by game developers and publishers to appease and sound cool to investors. And at a certain level, metaverse doesn't sound like it's going to make that much money, but the assumption is that they're going to get people into the metaverse and then have a bunch of advertising, which there's advertising in video games in general is not a good idea either, but they've given up on just pushing the idea of games having direct advertisement. Instead, they're just pushing to have games be more expensive and have more DLC. DLC and microtransactions have succeeded fairly well. Loot boxes have succeeded fairly well. So even though we have done a decent job of shouting down NFTs and metaverse so far, we have failed as far as microtransactions, DLC, pre-order culture, and just general price increases. And a lot of games also not particularly that as good as they should have been because of the focus on monetization from investors. I think games would have been a lot better had every single video game company in the world been forced to be a sole proprietorship without investors, without shareholders, without stocks to sell. Games would be smaller, but I think they would be better overall. It would be an opinion, certainly, but yeah. And even now, game development has just gotten crazy with it costing over $300 million to make a game. If all of a sudden you didn't have investors and the entire community of game development had to limit itself to making $30 million games that are a tenth of the size, then they would put more effort to make that 1/10 of a size game stand out and have better story, better narrative, instead of just focusing on graphics and focusing on online elements. Moving on. Speaking of prices, GameDeveloper.com here says CD Projekt spent $85 million just developing and promoting Phantom Liberty DLC. So here you have a DLC that's about a third, I imagine, of what it costs to make the main game. So that's a lot of effort, certainly. But it probably is the effort they needed to make to just fix the problem of CD Projekt Red. I mean, Cyberpunk 2077 coming out originally and having such a bad reception. Of course, they probably could have spent half that much had they just delayed Cyberpunk 2077 originally and not released it in such a buggy spot or state originally. But I couldn't ever really prove that without looking at their financial records and running some kind of simulation, and still then it probably couldn't be proven without some doubts. But I would suspect, yeah, had they delayed Cyberpunk 2077 6 months to a year, they probably would have wasted $45 million more developing it and then put it out in a much better state. If Cyberpunk 2077 was much closer to its 2.0 version when it first launched, everybody would have been very happy with it. Cyberpunk 2077, had it come out right around the time that Starfield came out, it would just do so much better of a job showing that Starfield is just not that good, which seems to be the general consensus, is that there has really been no evolution in the quality of storytelling and game development at Bethesda. They've been allowed to sit around and do nothing for far too long. And see, you're certainly in this position where you might have excused Fallout 4 for not being revolutionary because people would have assumed Starfield was going to be the revolutionary new game, and it's just not the case. Telltale Games, the new Telltale Games, has reportedly laid off a number of employees last month. The update here is Telltale has confirmed the reports. Excuse me. Yeah. This is the fate of Telltale, it seems like, is that you are going to just you're going to maybe never see a Wolf Among Us 2, which it keeps teasing, and Telltale is just going to become the company that constantly fails and gets reacquired. Inherently, even if some other company did acquire Telltale, the licensing element there of almost all Telltale games makes it difficult to remaster or re-release old Telltale games, and the style of game they're making is just kind of weird, since it is effectively an attempt at a Western visual novel done in a slightly different way. So, yeah, this is yet another company laying off people. Although, it is also pointing out that Telltale Games, the new Telltale Games, put out just, I think, maybe 2 games so far in 2 or 3 years. Let's see. Yeah. Telltale, the original Telltale closed in 2018 and let go almost all of its staff without warning. The new Telltale returned in 2019 and is working on The Wolf Among Us 2, which is still not out. And there was some other games. The Expanse Telltale game. And I feel like there may have been a Walking Dead game that wasn't a Telltale game that they maybe published, but I might be wrong about that. Meanwhile, this new Telltale games also has not been good at reselling a lot of the old games or re-releasing a lot of the old games. So they haven't really capitalized on acquiring the name Telltale and potentially acquiring the IPs of previous Telltale games. Yeah, the Expanse of Telltale series is their most recent release. Here you have a very short wall of text here, just saying all projects are currently still in development, still in production, and we have no further updates at this time. The problem with the Expanse Telltale game, though, is much like the Game of Thrones Telltale game, in that you're not really going to have a lot of resale value for the Game of Thrones Telltale game or the Expanse Telltale game once people lose interest in those TV shows. Which in the case of the Expanse, it's already on a Prime or Hulu streaming service, so you kind of have to find which service it's on to start with. I also heard, speaking of streaming services, that Netflix is looking to raise its prices again, which feels a little desperate. Silent Hill Ascension launches October 31st for desktop, browser, iOS, and Android. And weirdly, they are trying to sell this as not actually being a video game. They're calling it a GenVid interactive series. I assume you best describe it as a augmented reality game. They're going to be daily live story scenes, and your actions around everyone else's actions are going to work together. It says, the fresh, unnerving series allows an audience of millions to help characters survive or change those characters' fates. And it's going to have stunning graphics, too. This being Bad Robot Games, which is an animation studio, perhaps highlighting how an animation studio is trying to make a video game without calling it a video game. I don't know if that isn't exactly what we might see in Hollywood quite a bit. Very weird to just have a CEO talking head at the beginning of a video. I definitely wasn't expecting that. Just a green screened talking head. So inherently, if you want to play Silent Hill Ascension, you have to just play the game as quickly as possible. Do the dailies, otherwise you're just not going to be involved. And weirdly, I just don't think that this is going to push people towards any other Silent Hill game. So you do this augmented reality experience, and then what? Doesn't seem like much of anything. And yeah, seems like you're gonna have an enemy here that's not Pyramid Head, and it seems like you very much are going to have a collection of people that aren't going to be anybody of any real importance in the story. So it probably is just Silent Hill in name only. If it was a case that this game led to how many characters were still alive in some other Silent Hill game, that would be weird, because then you might have too many people alive for a Silent Hill to fill like the empty, foggy nightmare world that it is, or you might have nobody alive and then your story falls apart in that other game. But I imagine it doesn't even connect that much. I'm hoping that we don't see an increasing trend of people that seem like they don't really know or want to make video games trying to make video games for just because they think there's more money there, or because that lets them get around maybe union contracts, which even at this point maybe that doesn't really allow them to get around union jobs, as we're seeing moves to unionize at least the voice acting in video games. Borderlands also was releasing Borderlands 3 Ultimate Edition, and there was this rumor that it was going to take 62 gigabytes on your Switch. The actual size is 23.5 gigabytes, and you can install each DLC individually. So, yeah. I'm gonna take a bit of a break and run to the bathroom, and then we'll continue. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Man, there was a Duel Live that I just showed that took forever. It really highlights major problems with Yu-Gi-Oh! In general. It's just like how you can have one side take forever and then another side take forever. Here's another problem in that they are resetting basically on Japanese time globally. So if you're playing anytime in the early morning or in the afternoon, you're potentially just going to end up with a whole new setup of daily quests that you may or may not want to engage with. And yeah, if you're watching Duel Live, that didn't reset fast enough. Anyways, we need to hurry up on the news. CD Projekt appears to hint at more cyberpunk content from the Edgerunners Studio Trigger. Even if they did make another Netflix cyberpunk anime series, much like Edgerunners, the story wouldn't have much of a connection at all to the game. I imagine it would have maybe some hint at like the Phantom Liberty experience, but also you can't really tell a story very easily with the characters in Edgerunners either, because the main protagonist character you follow changes dramatically throughout the story, and at the end characters get eliminated in ways that they would be very difficult to bring them back together. So you'd almost have to tell an alternate universe telling of the story, and I'm not sure that there's really even much of a story to tell. Like, Edgerunners people liked, I think mostly just because you were getting a new collection of people who maybe had never seen a 90s era style, Akira style anime, which in all fairness, there aren't a lot of cyberpunk anime that have been made in the last 20 years at all, so that is somewhat different. Speaking of old anime, End of Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0.1 I think is the name of the final continuation slash retelling of Evangelion once again. But it potentially may actually be the last time they do anything with Evangelion Neon Genesis, just because it's taking them so long to make these movies and the creator is so old. Although you could have made the exact same argument after the first End of Evangelion movie 20 years ago. So, yeah. But that'll be a big thing when that comes out in Japan theaters, and if those ever fully come out to DVD sales and globally at reasonable prices, that'll be a big thing. Suppose during the whole actor strike, writer's strike and all of that, which now has been resolved, you potentially could have seen more anime showing up on TV or in theaters, but there's just no desire for that, and there's just not a big enough audience for that overall. Plus, you still have the problem of anime studios wanting way too much licensing fees to do that. It's much cheaper just to have no movies come out or have live game shows and things like that on TV. Here we can show that on October 5th, they said they were experiencing some downtime on the Godot engine Q&A, ask.godotengine.org, since a couple of days, so they admit a couple of days later, which that's not very professional, that they're having downtime. We'll let you know when it's back online. They have no concrete way of a timeline or no promises they can really make. This is just bad messaging overall, and just really highlights how the Godot engine may not have enough people, enough professionals and managers running it for it to be a reliable engine to actually move to. Despite it getting a lot of funding, it may just blow through that money if there isn't a good manager to hire up the staff that they need. They clearly need a more professional person in charge of Twitter, but they also need more of a back-end IT team to make sure that their website stays up. And 21 hours ago, so today is the 6th, so a few hours later, I would say, at most. Let's see, 3:30 a.m. is when this was posted, and then 4:40 so an hour and 10 minutes later, they said it's back online as read-only. We're looking into reopening it soon. Sorry for the interruption. And then, yeah, it's been about 24 hours and they haven't done anything else. Well, that's not the biggest problem, certainly, though. It's still a problem. Godot Engine 4.2 is entering a feature freeze, at which point it starts going from alpha to beta, if they use those terms correctly, where they're going to just start to figure out bug fixes as much as possible. They're also putting out maintenance releases for 4.1.2. So, yeah. New features that are going to be in the beta are FSR2, I'm not sure what that is, Angle, I'm not sure what that is, OpenGL 3D Shadows, that sounds like shadow technology, Fast Denoiser, that's visual stuff, Unified Animation APIs, well, not really knowing what that is, that sounds like a very good thing to have animation APIs, perhaps through different animation rendering software being unified, so you can program easier and better and change your render engine on the fly. GDE extension reloading, which is probably Godot extension reloading. Yeah, that's some slightly exciting stuff, mostly visual there. You're seeing in this screenshot Godot engine experimenting with much more 3D graphics, whereas here it is more of a 2D looking game. Then here you have a very different art style of a game. If we just scroll down and looked at all the screenshots, you can see the art styles that Godot engine has had at least some success on. Noticeably, they've stopped announcing that they've gotten big amounts of money and sponsorships coming in. So, yeah, while they got a big push, it's not going to last forever. One thing you can certainly say, though, looking at the Godot engine, is that there isn't just a one-size-fits-all animation style here. It's not like RPG Maker, where every single RPG Maker game looks like it's RPG Maker. But I'm not sure that Godot has a store either, and at some point a store kind of needs to exist, because it's really, really difficult for there not to be a storefront where you can buy assets, even though that just does lead to a lot of asset flipping. I almost would want to see something crazy like a blockchain concept, where if you are buying an asset from the Godot store, you're, with every dollar you earn in sales for your game, you're having to pay some percentage, some license back to the creators, and the blockchain there is kind of a weird way to implement that, but it almost makes some sense. Or maybe have a limiter on how many assets can be in your game in general. If the Godot engine itself said, hey, you can import 50% of your assets externally, but you have to prove that the other 50% of your art assets are created by you. Which, too, that would be a weird limitation. Anyways, and it does make a false assumption that you couldn't make a good game with 100% assets. So yeah, I don't know how the Godot engine, if they had a store, which I don't think they do, could prevent asset flipping that much, but they definitely should see if there's a way to do that. Noticeably here, September 8th, they're talking about Godot engine 3.5.3, so it's a fair jump from version 3 to just completely major amounts of new features in version 4. And then it's a fairly large jump to go from 4.1 to 4.2. The third point usually is bug fixes or security updates. Notably, though, while they are showing off screenshots of games, none of these are really recognizable games per se either. We've yet to see one major version of the Godot engine that, or major game released that claims it was made on the Godot engine. And here's Godot engine retweeting Blender, and so this screenshot was made in Blender. I guess Brotato might be the closest, biggest game that the Godot engine is used that we know of. By just scrolling, I could probably find a better list of games. Yep. That Garfield Twitter. I was just gonna look at Garfield's tweets. Well, actually, I'll just look at it now. See, because I saw, coincidentally, a Garfield version of some tarot cards, but noticeably, I don't know if there's a full set here or if this is just concept art. Like, I think this is probably concept art because the ratio of the cards here are very squished down to fit, and it would be fairly hard to depict Garfield characters as every single of even the major arcana, because some of it just would not make a lot of sense. I don't know how you build the tower, for instance, with Garfield characters, or the Hanged Man, or the Devil. Like, traditionally, the Devil card in tarot is a horned beast, goat-hooved character on the throne with a enslaved, enchained, naked woman and man on either side of him, showing as the devil enslaves humanity through tempting them through sin and things like that. But there's also like a wizard or magician here. I don't think these numbers are particularly right either as far as what's being put here. But yeah, the Hierophant, the Pope, for instance, is another card. Who do you make the Pope in Garfield, and how do you just avoid not having Garfield and John and Odie show up in every single card? You basically have to do that. So while it is a cutesy arts project, you're going to have to work within your limitations, and those are very tight limitations. Although in all fairness, that's kind of the genius of making your own tarot card set, that it really should be an art school staple, that if you're a digital artist or even a physical artist, you should be required as one project to make a tarot card set, because you have some severe limitations in what you have to draw, so it's easy to compare other people's work, but you also have a lot of animation challenges there, so it helps you guide yourself compared to other painting projects where if you were just told to paint whatever you want, it'd be very easy to lean on something you've already painted or already are really good at, lean into an art style and a theme and a subject matter that you're fairly familiar with. I imagine it's very hard to teach an art class and fairly grade at people or have good assignments. Also, taking an art class in general is as much making somebody an artist as not taking an art class. Everybody is just inherently an artist at birth, and they either forget about it as they get older and cynical, or they don't. Moving on with the big news. Former HR manager is suing Bungie for wrongful termination and alleges retaliation. A former HR manager at Destiny developer Bungie is suing the studio for wrongful termination and retaliation, which I'm a little surprised this doesn't happen more in all jobs. The problem is most people are living paycheck to paycheck, so it's very difficult to sue a company for wrongful termination and retaliation when it definitely happens quite a bit. HR managers probably know the law better than anybody else. On the other hand, not really knowing the situation, the manager may also just be a flaming psychopath SJW, because she's claiming she was laid off when she brought a case of potential racial discrimination to her own supervisor, which maybe that means she brought racial discrimination. Yeah, it is racial discrimination to her. Well, yeah, I guess it needs a rewrite on the sentence here. She brought a case of potential racial discrimination, comma, to her own supervisor, or she brought a case of racial discrimination to her, comma, and then it should be to her own supervisor. So you have to assume it wasn't racial discrimination against her, but maybe it was. The plaintiff was asked to reportedly investigate the only black employee in his 50-person team, and the employee apparently told AIM that he was being unfairly singled out, which maybe is the case, maybe it isn't. Then She's saying when she brought this up with her supervisor and recommended diversity training for the employer supervisor, she was reportedly met with hostility and denial, and she reached out to the Bungie's director of equity and inclusion for further advice. In reaching out to that person, she claims she angered her supervisor, which resulted in a poor review of her performance, and she was told to seek an off-ramp and exit the company. Yeah. That sounds bad if these accusations are true, but that's if these accusations are true. Particularly in the case that you would think HR would be all on top of covering the company's butt. And the idea of recommending diversity training is definitely covering the company's butt. That is just basic HR stuff to say, hey, let's just cover the company and move on, to be responded by her supervisor in HR with hostility and denial. If that's true, it's just kind of ridiculous. But inherently, it is also important to point out that most HRs are a buddy-buddy club, and the management in general are all friends and all covering for each other for a whole number of terrible things they might be doing. And so how HR might treat a manager will be almost certainly way different than how they would treat an associate level employee. To the point where I honestly question if there is any value in having HR departments in offices and jobs at all. Really, it probably should just be a government bureaucracy panel. It might as well just go to some kind of arbitration or special court system set up by default. Something completely out of the control of corporations. And while there is the National Labor Review Board, that is a government thing, it's not funded and not run well enough that a complaint like this could lead to much of anything. And so then it just leads to a civil trial and possibly arbitration, which just clogs up the court system. The whole system of employment is a mess. Allow me to make my daily push towards the idea of universal basic income. If all of a sudden people didn't have to work as much or work at all, corporations would have to treat people a lot better, just out of fear of not having any employees at all. It would put a lot more power in the employees' hands, not the employer's hands. This is a weird story. Apparently Gearbox has revived Gigantic for a limited time. I don't even remember Gigantic. It feels like it may have been one of 2 or 3 failed games from Gearbox. I wonder if this is in part to test to see if anybody cares about it, or if there's some kind of weird license thing, or if this is just a way of doing a server test. It potentially might be that this eventually reveals itself to be part of a bigger narrative, in that Gearbox and Embracer Group are trying to make as much money as they can without involving Borderlands, because maybe too much of the money goes to 2K, or because they want to establish Gearbox as a company that can make money without the Borderlands license, which is owned by 2K. But yeah, it's a weird thing. It's not something that I feel like helps in any way. If any other company had brought back a game they had canceled, if Sega came out with Hyenas for a limited time after canceling Hyenas, a game that never even came out, that wouldn't feel good for anybody. for the small number of people who played and liked Gigantic, bringing it back for a limited time doesn't help anything at all. And this doesn't help promote a new game or promote Gearbox really in a positive light. If I recall correctly, one of the Overwatch / Dota competitors the Gearbox tried to release was fairly well beloved, and so there was a lot of negative feelings that were generated once it was shut down very quickly. It may very well be a case that they're bringing back Gigantic for a limited time to just test it versus, say, Counter-Strike 2 or Overwatch 2, since Overwatch 2 is not really getting a lot of player base and Counter-Strike 2 is getting player base, so maybe there's some competition there. It would be, I guess, slightly interesting if we started to see games that were made on the original Source Engine were now being re-released in an updated version of Source Engine 2, but I don't believe Gigantic or any Gearbox software ever used the Source Engine, so there's no connection there. And honestly, I don't know if there are any games worth mentioning that were ever made in the Source Engine that weren't Valve games. We probably will see updates to things like Half-Life 2 on Source Engine 2. The niche fandom game A Boy and His Blob and its Game Boy sequel are coming to Switch and then the PS4 and PS5 later this month. This is a game that is a little bit weirder in that it highlights that time in which some games got Game Boy sequels and you would have this very drastically different experience in a sequel because it was on Game Boy versus the Nintendo Entertainment version of the game. Some of the Super Mario Land games were all on Game Boy, so if you wanted to play every Super Mario game, you do have a drastic difference between the NES games, the Super NES games, and the Game Boy games, and the Game Boy Color games, and Game Boy Advance games. I think they'd probably talk about A Boy and His Blob maybe a little bit more than it actually is relevant these days. Double Fine here, advertising Costume Quest, but mostly they were pointing out that it's been 25 years since Grim Fandango was released, yet another game that I think they put out maybe a remaster for it, but they've done nothing new with Grim Fandango in 25 years. As far as here's a concept from Double Fine that could be revisited or remade or something done with it. Although in all fairness, if you were to make a game based on Deus de la Mortes like Grim Fandango in modern times, maybe there would just be accusations of being culturally insensitive. But in general, the problem with Double Fine is that they just don't make enough games. For as long running as the company has been, they just haven't made enough games. Here's the big story I mentioned earlier, Diablo 4 coming to Steam this month. Blizzard has recently said it plans to make a selection of its games available on Valve's store. I imagine that selection is going to include anything that is easy to play on PCs still, whereas maybe some of their older games they won't bother with. I could also see like Heroes of the Storm not coming to Steam because there's probably just not that many people coming to Heroes of the Storm. And things like Hearthstone maybe would come to Steam, but maybe they just don't really care to support Hearthstone enough to bother to bring it to Steam. there might also very well be a case that Diablo 4's microtransactions through Valve and Steam are fairly limited, whereas opening entire packs at Heroes of the Storm and then paying 30% for each of those purchases may be more of a cut than what Activision Blizzard is willing to do. Then why did I click on this person's? Oh yeah, Nero is the maker of the His Majesty, Her Majesty game, and they are hiring for a UK-based QA tester, which implies they're making a new game. I certainly hope that they aren't just making yet another His Majesty or Her Majesty game. There's about 4 of them, and they really blood dry the idea of having a game where you just swipe left and swipe right. Even the dating place where you swipe left and swipe right has become passé. But basically, after the first one of those games, His Majesty, they had run out of ideas. Wizard with a Gun coming October 17th, so maybe that's the game they're focusing on more at the moment. Moving on, we've got the Steam charts still. I tried to see if there was a way to maybe put a title here, but I couldn't figure out anything. What I'm thinking happens if these are out of order is because this may be the average of all the data points or something like that. So this might be year to date the top 25 games, or the top however many games, where what's being shown on the chart may just be the top 10 of the past week or so. And with one more data point, seeing PUBG going up, although weirdly, and Apex Legends going up. We're seeing Baldur's Gate 3 go down a little. We're seeing No Arca Blade Point going back up. Cyberpunk going down a little. GTA going up a little. And Rust going up a lot. No big jumps here. And yeah, increasingly I'm just getting more and more concerned as we'll eventually going to fill up all the data points. What I would like to do, and I'm not sure if there's any easy way to do this, is see a month get averaged out. But it probably would be too much work to do that. But yeah, if from this point to this point that these percentages got averaged out, and then October had more in detailed information, almost like it was logarithmic in this direction, in the same way that it's logarithmic in this direction, that might be interesting. But yeah, so far, while this is giving me hints at when player bases seem to jump up, I don't know if I'm getting the best bit of information. I definitely am not getting explanations. Like, I have no explanation as to why more people would be playing Rust today versus 2 days ago, or why more people would be playing No Arca Blade Point, which seems to be fairly consistent. And overall, there is a fairly high consistency. The only trend that really makes sense is when Cyberpunk 2077's DLC came in, and then we see it come back into the charts as far as over 100,000 active 24-hour players peak. More labels here in general would make sense. as far as renaming the chart and renaming the file instead of it just saying trending chart. So yeah, we talked about earlier, this is curated as far as the Bandai Namco sale, and this here is curated as far as what's being advertised here, which is all fairly obvious that that's the case, and maybe you have to question somewhat as to why Escape to Backrooms is being curated onto it, but whatever. I guess Rust being on the front page might explain why it's getting a boost, but noticeably I think we lost Starfield on the chart completely. I didn't even see it. Yeah. And certainly some of these games are not getting in the top 10. And then this is all just procedurally, algorithmically being advertised to you, which clearly some of these games are being advertised to me because they're on the wish list, which my wish list is being used in a fairly different way than most people's wish list is probably being used. And then the rest of this is just all algorithmic, although I'm not sure if you need a recently updated for games you already own, but they do want to get that message out, but clearly they don't care to get the message out very much, because you have to scroll down pretty far. I bet a significant number of people just don't scroll down this far when they come to Steam's front page. And then new and trending, they said that this might be more curated, which is weird because I would have thought it wasn't the case, but weird. And then game streaming right now, the whole idea of people streaming games or developers streaming their games is a weird aspect that they introduced and then haven't figured out how to really do anything with it on Steam. At a certain point, yes, if Valve wanted to make a YouTube gaming equivalent, I'd be all in on that, but well, I wouldn't be all in on it. I would definitely start to put content from my channel on Valve's servers also, but then you inherently would have to make a completely different website that would be a YouTube gaming equivalent, some Twitch competitor type site, and I just don't think they want to pay for those server costs. Although Valve could make a website that just combines specific people's posts on YouTube and Twitch. Valve could be very much in the middle of the ground here, where they would have an algorithm that would recommend videos that were both on Twitch and both on YouTube, and so people could go to a Steam videos website, Steam gaming website, and not have to pick between whether they want to go to Twitch first to watch live streams of gamers gaming sometimes, or whether they want to go to YouTube and search through YouTube gaming to see gamers gaming, both of which have major problems in that the just chatting category on Twitch is full of a bunch of people not gaming, and YouTube in general is just going to try and promote and push you away from gaming content and push you towards other kinds of videos. Whereas if you just want to watch videos about gaming videos, there's not really an offer that's easy there. As far as this Bandai publisher sale, Digimon Survive, very positive now. I thought the reception on that was pretty bad. Sword Art Online, mostly positive. My Hero Ultimate Rumble mixed. That jumped me around. Clearly, Bandai Namco has a lot of anime-based or anime-looking games, and so there's a lot of wishlisted content here, but not a lot I've actually purchased. Even this Pac-Man collection is kind of highly reviewed. Refresh here. Sandland and Sin Duality coming soon. Nightmares 3, Little Nightmares 3. And then they have specifically FromSoft games, which are Dark Souls style games. I don't know if it really even is necessary for me to try and own all the Dark Souls games, since I wouldn't really try and play them. I already tried to play them once, I think, on the PlayStation or Xbox. And if anything, it would make a lot of sense to have Elden Ring instead and start at a newer generation. Never ever figured out what causes it to crash here. It's almost certainly something that's getting changed. Steam Deck seems to imply that there's a decent amount of their games that can be played on the Steam Deck. And some of these games definitely feel like I've missed. There's one game I saw here. Now I don't see it. Enslaved Odyssey to the West. I think I own that. So I don't know why they would be showing it to me. Yeah, I do own it. So I wanted to check that to make sure that wasn't a case where a potentially new version of that game had been released, although it's probably not a game well enough to deserve to be re-released. It might make some sense to reboot it, but even in that, since it is just a story that's loosely based on the Monkey King, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to try and remake it. It's not like the first game sold that well. Yeah. Several games here that really should just be on my wish list, and somehow I've just missed them. But there are also games that it doesn't really justify making YouTube shorts on them because they're old games. Alright, let's see if we can blow through the Video Games Chronicles articles faster. Here's that story again. Bungie is being sued by a former HR manager. Studio Trigger, potential second thing. Redfall's concurrent Steam players has hit single figures every day for the past 2 weeks. At times there aren't enough players for even a 4-player co-op, which, yeah. I don't know what you do when you have a bad game like this, but what you don't do is what Microsoft has done here as far as Redfall goes. at a certain point here, you go free to play. Like, I don't think Redfall is free to play. See if they have a link to it. They have, well, we could go through SteamDB if we've got nothing else here as an option. We'll click on SteamDB and then we'll figure out how to get to the actual game from that spot. Let's see. Where is the actual? Yeah, here it is. It's hidden. So yeah, you've got 31% positive on Redfall. SteamDB plugin says there's 50 people online right now and 52 peaked today. So not really single digits. But yeah. Well before this had happened, when you have an all-time peak in the first 3 to 6 weeks, you should have gone free to play instead of selling it. Like, honestly, you're at a point where you should go free to play and just refund everything. And might I even suggest going really bold and going open source with this and say, hey, you know what, we can't make any money on this, so we're either going to go free to play or we're going to just go open source and gain some good press from that. This character here, I know that this character is this character from behind, but in this screenshot they've got such an odd angle to it. It really does make her look like she's a short little kid, and the pink in the backpack certainly isn't helping with that idea either. Which, yeah, that's too bold of a direction to go, certainly, for Microsoft to say, hey, let's have a 13-year-old girl fighting vampires. But yeah. If anything, I would say Bethesda, again, probably needs to be once again punished here for not acting quickly enough, and Microsoft is really dropping the ball at this point because they know they should be acting more quickly. And unfortunately, the developer Arcane Austin is likely going to get all the blame. Yeah. If you told me this was a Left 4 Dead game and it was really good, and if you made it free to play or really, really cheap, I might be way more interested in it. Unfortunately, none of those things I just said are true. Moving on, we talked about Boy and His Blob. A new Call of Duty Warzone map, Uzbekistan, has been revealed. Telltale Games reportedly laid off a number of employees last month. I'm checking my phone for a second here. Super Mario Wonder demo appears at Switch kiosks in the United States. It's unclear if the demo will be released on the Nintendo eShop. That is an interesting thing. I guess in modern times, it would make a lot of sense for there to be a way to make a Nintendo Switch or an Xbox or PlayStation be on a special kiosk account that would have more demos or more access to demo type content. Not that really I think there's that many kiosks out there these days. There's still probably a ton, but they're probably not that important. We already talked about venture capital funding falling. We talked about the complete edition of Cyberpunk 2077. Talked about Activision Blizzard merger potentially being finalized next week. Apparently CD Projekt has no regrets about making Cyberpunk first person and is yet to see on a sequel. I think in part they should have some regrets, and they probably do have some regrets, because here you see an example of a custom face you could have had in the main game, and it just really hurt their advertising as there wasn't a specific face of the main character, and so for the most part they were showing other characters as being the important people and creating some confusion. And Phantom Liberty has definitely moved the male head out in favor of showing one very specific female headed character in as being the what looks like the canonical protagonist of the game series. I'm not sure that the cyberpunk element of the faces and the lines and faces potentially being mechanical really helps or matters that much at all. Like, if Cyberpunk as a world really just didn't have that and every human looked like a human but was augmented, I don't know if it wouldn't have worked just as well, if not better. And maybe that's not within the limits of the tabletop game, but visually having a distinctive art style didn't help them much. Because I guess in general the distinctive art style doesn't matter if the gameplay is bad and buggy. We already talked about Unreal Engine charging for non-game developers. The next free Epic Game Stores have been revealed. It will be Blazing Sales and QUBE Ultimate Bundle. Is that Q1 and 2, or is that Q1 and the DLC? Yeah. Cube 1 and Cube 2 are fairly different. Basically the same gameplay, but fairly different stories. Yeah, it's not really explaining what the Ultimate Bundle is. So not as useful information as you might want. You'd like to see a specific description, or more of a description, for each game. That there be a paragraph describing Blazing Sales and a paragraph describing QUBE Ultimate Bundle. They're going to be replacing Godlike Burger, which a description of that would be helpful, but I could see that being linked. We already talked about the PlayStation exclusive Modern Warfare 3 content, and potentially Last of Us 2 remastered. Most of these articles I imagine here are older. City Skylines 2 has been delayed to consoles until spring of 2024. Yeah. Video Games Chronicle not really having a lot of news, because basically 3 articles in between the announcement of next week's free games on Epic and the announcement of this week's free game on Epic. It was Godlike Burger being talked about. In all fairness, there really hasn't been that much news, but there's more than what Video Games Chronicle is reporting on. And we're getting into fairly old information now, as far as Epic Games laying off 16% of its staff. A little less than 900 people being affected, allegedly. I probably need to tweak how my macro runs as far as opening news articles. For the most part, I think it is just opening all the news articles from the first 2 lists, when probably should have a better system than that. I did tweak my follow list to work a little bit better, and assuming I didn't program it terribly, it's now going to compare the link it's looking at alphabetically to the link it's looking for. And if it finds that the link it's looking for is actually further ahead, then it's going to make the assumption that the link it's looking for has already been removed from the follow list and can't be used as a marker anymore. What is increasingly happening is I'm seeing games on the follow list and removing them out of order, and that's messing up the macro because it's expecting that at position 100 the link it's looking for will be at position 100, or possibly a little bit ahead, as if I was always adding more to the follow list. But in rare cases, I'm actually removing more from the follow list, so the link it's looking for is at position 99. It doesn't check 99, then it just keeps going forward to 101, 102, 103 position, and it just keeps going forever until I change programming. Now it should work. Now there still is a case where if a bunch of stuff gets removed, it will start at position 100 and skip over position 99, 98, 97, however many things have been reviewed. But that's not a big deal. That just means there will be a few games that don't go through the follow list cleanup. Let's go ahead and just close all these tabs. We've talked about these at least 2 times already on all this. But yeah, when I'm having to close a significant number of things, that's too much. And really, I don't have any excuse for it not to just look for the date and open articles based on the date. I was just not good at making the macros as good as I am now, which is still probably not that good, because it should be very easy to sort that way through. Another thing too is it probably would make a lot of sense for me to try and make an automation that would fix the text so it's a little bit smaller. It is fairly large at the top banners here. It's getting stretched out, whereas I could just add some spaces on either side. I could do it manually, or I could do it algorithmically, programmatically, and it probably is better to do it programmatically to try and limit everything down to the same length. Which the best way to do that would be to actually sample each of the banners' number of characters, average out the width of a character, which would probably be about 8 pixels somewhere. No, it's probably closer to 32 pixels by 32 pixels for each character. And so, well, it doesn't matter how many pixels it is. You just take the average of the number of characters, and whatever the biggest number is, you add spaces to equal the biggest number. Otherwise, for everything smaller. And that'll be difficult to do in something like Advanced Scene Switcher, but it's not impossible, I don't think. It might be very difficult. Moving on to Komatsu articles, I'm rambling about computer programming and making YouTube OBS things that only I would ever understand or be able to use. The Last Faith game launches November 15th. So let's check that out. We have it already on the fall list. Diablo 4 coming to Steam. That's big news. Yep, so we need to make a big deal with that. I'm making YouTube shorts still. I'm also very unfairly not super happy with YouTube shorts lately in that they're not getting views, but I'm also putting 0 effort into it, so I really should just adjust my expectations there. If I'm putting 0 effort into it and I get even 1 view out of 30 YouTube shorts, that's 1 more view than than I would have had anyways. But yeah, I definitely am looking for feedback. It's probably because I changed the scheduling of when these shorts come out. I probably need to shift it around and put out YouTube shorts much earlier in the morning instead of late in the evening. Inherently, my pre-recorded footage is not getting views anyways. I haven't really given it enough time, but one thing to point out here on these Diablo 4 screenshots, these are pretty terrible screenshots because they're either cropping or turning off the heads-up display, and this falls into that problem of making your game look like it's not even an actual video game, and this is a cutscene. They're doing a fairly poor job of promoting it. And it will have in-app purchases of some sort. The real problem with this, though, is they probably aren't going to try and cannibalize their own game. So they put out Diablo 4 on Steam. It's going to be a tough order for them to justify releasing Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3 on Steam also. Let's, just for an experiment, look and see what does Blizzard Entertainment have otherwise. They have a overwhelmingly Overwatch 2, overwhelmingly negative Overwatch 2, and some DLC for Overwatch 2. Not a lot. Although that is uniquely Blizzard content, not Activision content or King content, which I don't think King has anything on Steam. A game called Mistrogue, Mist and Living Dungeons, launches in October for PC. It's currently in early access. It's already on the fall list too. Compile Heart announces 7 new titles: Mado Monogatari 4, Toho Spell Carnival, and more. Has a lot of announcements to make, certainly. And you have somewhat rough pencil sketch art. This is actual in development sketch art, where there's a kind of more polished final product of some Toho characters. That is far too many games, and that feels a lot less blurry as far as these screenshots. It feels like some of these screenshots may have been uploaded at lower resolution. That's just way too many games to put out in one press release, and for Komatsu to make one press release, Komatsu would do a lot better to break this up, and I bet he will try to break it up later or in future releases. There's an untitled mainland Death End Request game and an untitled mainline Neptunia game also announced. Commando's Origins for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC has been announced. Which, okay. If I was to make a macro that grabbed the release dates, every game that was labeled as coming soon would have to be given the lowest of priorities. And so I'd have to convert coming soon to mean something else in the macro. That would take some programming, but I could do it. Berserk Recharged has been announced for all consoles and PC. Which, Berserk as a game, this isn't what I thought Berserk was. And honestly, it doesn't look that interesting, but I'll make a YouTube short on anything that bothers to make an advertisement. Famitsu sales have been updated, so we are seeing quite a lot of PS5 games and PS4 games in this top 10 spots. In fact, with the exception of Pikmin 4, every single game here is new, as in either they were released. They weren't all released at the same time, but they were released fairly close together within a couple of days. It's a lot of things not consistently staying though as just PS5 games, but you're seeing a fairly large amount of domination where Nintendo Switch has dominated otherwise. This may be the point though where the Japanese audience has heard that Nintendo is about to announce a new console and people are going to stop buying Nintendo games, or it may also just be the point that all the Nintendo Switch games have already been purchased and released and there aren't any major releases. Hardware wise, you're still seeing a slight victory of the OLED model compared to the PS5, and then when you add in 13,000 more sales of the original Switch and the Switch Lite, its Switches overall are doing way better than the PS5 and the PS5 Digital Edition, or even the PS4. New 2DS still selling. Weirdly though, I would think support for that is also ending very quickly. And Xbox Series S and Xbox Series X selling fairly well, better than the PS4 as far as hardware. Although we do notice that the Series S and Series X sometimes just seem to swap based on what I assume is availability. As far as new games that were released, I don't think a lot of these were particularly well received. Some of them were, but I don't know if all of them were. A Gothic 2 Complete Classic is coming to the Switch on November 29th, which that's, I think, an RPG strategy game, but they're calling it an action RPG game. Let's see if we can get a general idea of what it looks like. Well, that is not what I expected it to look like. Looks like it's a fairly old game, but I was thinking it was a top-down strategy game, and it isn't. Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core has been announced for PC, November 2024. Here's another, it isn't really a release date of to be announced. And then we talked about A Boy and His Blob for Switch, later coming to PC. It is a pretty old game though. And yeah, I've never even seen the sequel Game Boy game or heard of it. Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash Characters trailer is available if you want to check that out on Gamatsu. Here you have 2 humans and a panda being shown. Cyberpunk 2077 sales have topped $25 million, or 25 million copies sold. Now remember, if they spent $85 million to create and produce the DLC alone for Cyberpunk 2077, they need to get somewhere around $7 for every copy sold. The DLC, I think, is probably selling for about $29. So even if it was selling for $10, then they're covering their cost at this point. But that's only for the development and promotion of the DLC. They probably still have a lot of debt from the original development and advertisement of Cyberpunk 2077 that needs to be covered. When they say development and advertisement, you pretty much have to assume that includes paying all the employees, and so the employees aren't going to get royalties on a game that sells particularly well. I don't think that happens anywhere in the game industry. unfortunately, and I don't think employees at CD Projekt Red are really getting paid very much based off of the profits of Cyberpunk 2077 at this point. Although some income has to be coming from somewhere to keep them employed to work on their next game, and yeah, money just has to constantly flow in. Here is the red-haired lady that is now treated much more like she is the canonical character, and even at that, they don't particularly want to show her face head on. Instead, they want to show the shaved ear and the piercing and the face and being mechanical and having a line in it. Let's see, is there anything we really need to do with Cyberpunk 2077? Nope. It's rated very positively. It's in my wish list. It's definitely not in the top of my wish list in my mind. A game called American Arcadia launches November 15th, which, yeah. The question certainly here is that a good screenshot of having somebody shooting somebody else in an office, or have we really gotten to the point where you have to be sensitive about even having a shooter set in an office or a school? We are definitely at the point where you have to be sensitive of it being set in the school, and I actually did hear about a story of a real world school having a gaming club, and then the teacher apparently allowing first person shooter esports types games that was a shooter, and then there being immediately a controversy around that, to have a shooter game of some sort as an esports thing, which definitely highlights the problem there. Is that, yeah, CSGO, Overwatch, most esports games likely going to have at least one character with a gun, if not a game that is fully centered around guns. It really just highlights that esports as a club for students in a school just doesn't really make sense and doesn't work. And honestly, I just don't see a real reason to have a club like that, where it feels like it's babysitting. Like most clubs feel like they're babysitting. After school clubs feel like they're babysitting, and yeah, parents do need help and do need babysitting, but maybe video games should just be one thing that's not allowed. Maybe just make a movie club or a book club or a board game club, things like that. Probably can't do a poker club and have kids gambling, even with fake money. People would have a problem with that too. Yeah, it really is a big mess of all the things you can't do as far as clubs in the school versus the small list of things you could do. Moving on though, I'm gonna go too late if I don't hurry here. Postal Brain Damage for the PS5 and 4 launches October 25th. It's currently available for PC. I'm pretty sure we already made a short around this, and it doesn't have a link to the Steam page anyways. CD Projekt Red is partnering with Anonymous Content to develop a live-action Cyberpunk 2077 project, currently in early development. I don't know the story of Cyberpunk 2077 enough to know if there actually is a good enough story to make a live-action thing, but then I guess if you get Keanu Reeves involved, then maybe that would make sense. This is Anonymous Content, produced things like True Detective, Mr. Robot, and The Revenant, and Spotlight, so each one of those movies are kind of big cinematic Emmy award winning things. So they are definitely going to try to tell some impactful story there. It's been a long time since anybody has tried to make a cyberpunk live action movie either, with the latest probably being, let's assume Dune as a series is not cyberpunk. I would think it would be the continuation of Blade Runner 2077 or whatever that the sequel was called. It's probably the most recent notable cyberpunk movie to be made, and that was many years ago. So yeah, maybe they could do something interesting with that. I don't think there is a huge demand for cyberpunk live action movies though, and on some level maybe the Saw movies and horror movies have eaten up some of the audience there. I would question maybe if CD Projekt Red, being a, I think Swedish, let's just say Nordic based company, if they might have some weird input or notes to add to the development of a movie that might hurt the final product. That feels like that's a possibility, certainly. Video game companies probably have no business being involved with making live action movies. I definitely have made similar arguments in the past. A game called Dredge, a DLC called The Pale Reach, launches November 16th. This is a little early for DLC, but also it's the kind of game that would be very easy to forget even exists. Even though I think it's fairly well received here. So the question will come down to whether this DLC is free or not for some people, but I can make a YouTube short on it. A game called Karma Zoo launches November 14th for the PC, PS5, Switch, and Xbox Series. It's a multiplayer side-scrolling platformer. It's already on my follow list. Spirit of the Island is coming to the PS4 and PS5 and the Xbox One and Series and Switch on October 19th. It's currently already available on PC. We're getting too many of these style of games. And at a certain level, I kind of just want to curate this, but I really don't have a good justification for curating it, so I'll just make a short for it anyways and not antagonize over the decision. The Gecko Gods is adding a PS5 and PS4 version and has been delayed to 2024. Which, let's see if this is on the follow list. Yeah, I don't think I've even seen this game. Maybe I saw it and then just immediately ignored it. Kind of looks like a game that I'd do that too. Salt Sea Chronicles launches October 12th as a choose-your-own-adventure game. This one we've already made a short on. Air Twister Community has a mini interview with Yu Suzuki. The rail shooter is due out for consoles and PC on November 10th. Yeah, in a lot of ways, a rail shooter like this may be a lot closer to Rez than it actually would seem, because Rez is just these vector-based graphics and stands out visually because of that. But you'd also kind of need a lock-on shooter aspect. It also feels like in this case you're collecting collectibles and maybe even upgrading your weapons and things with an RPG mechanic, which is something that would help players of a modern age stick to a on-rail shooter and play the levels that are relatively short over and over again to get higher scores, and to grind out collectibles. Looks like there's probably a secondary attack bar here, plus a health bar, plus some score collectibles up here. On the other hand, looking at the screenshot, it kind of also feels like this might be an asset from a different maker than the targets here, which these might be assets from a different animator too. This game was initially launched on Apple Arcade, so it may not be that much of anything. Anyways, see, I'm playing Res Infinite, and coincidentally they are being asked, is virtual reality headset support maybe something similar to Res Infinite, something you might consider implementing in the future? We do not have plans to implement something like that at this time. So yeah, mini interview here if you want to read this. Mostly though, I would just want to find the link to this, and I don't see a Steam link, unfortunately. For the King 2 launches November 2nd for PC. Was it launching on any other consoles or platforms? Nope, apparently not. Pre-order to get 10% off discount. There potentially would be a play point in the future where I'm either rolling in cash, so pre-ordering games and getting 10% off would actually be a decent deal versus waiting 2 years and buying a game at more than half off. Or I'm just so desperate to play new games that it would justify pre-ordering and getting the 10% off discount that way. But for most gamers, I imagine you're just not likely to ever hit that point. There's just too many old games on PC. As long as old games are still playable and worth playing, which there's a decent amount of games that are still worth playing and are playable. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 Zombies reveal trailer and screenshots are available on Gamatsu if you want to check that out. Silent Hill Ascension, which, you know, I'm definitely not going to engage with Silent Hill Ascension. It'll be interesting, I suppose, if this augmented reality led to something, but it's almost certainly not going to lead to anything. Of course, it also might be something like PT, where a lot of people are going to play it just to make sure it doesn't disappear on you. Although it is literally saying it's going to disappear on people if you don't play it day one, starting October 31st, and then do as much as you can do for the limited time that it's going to be relevant. Even if the game still is playable a year from now, it's not going to have the same impact and effect or level of importance. Moving on, the 9th Sentinel Sisters is now available in early access. I don't know if that implies that there's a game called, there's an 8th or 1 through 8th Sentinel Sisters. Noticeably, this game is not getting particularly good reviews so far, but I'll give it some more time. That jumped me around. Moving on, Bandai Namco has trademarked something called Sparking Zero in the US. This is the official of the next Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi game, question mark. I don't know why you'd call it Sparking Zero, though. I've never heard that phrase. The Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi series is known as Dragon Ball Z Sparking series in Japan, and Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi is called Dragon Ball Z Sparking and Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 2 is Dragon Ball Z Sparking Neo, and Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3 is known as Sparking Meteor. So Sparking Zero does imply to me that they may just be changing the title away from Budokai Tenkaichi, which is a mouthful to say and doesn't mean anything to an English speaking person. Not that Sparking Zero means anything either, but it also implies that they are rebooting the series of games, which I'd have to do more research to know if the Budokai Tenkaichi game is more of the reliving the events and stories of Dragon Ball Z experience, or if it is just a fighting game that has a bunch of characters. You're seeing a Goku blue-haired character here, which does imply that some of the newer storyline characters are included, if this screenshot has anything to do with what Sparking Zero actually might be. Otherwise, this is just a random screenshot, which, yeah, right now you have to assume it is just a random screenshot. The Fate Samurai Remnant game shipments and total sales have topped 300,000, which is a huge amount of sales for a game that really doesn't have much of a fan base in the United States and in the West, even though the Fate series is extremely popular. It's also extremely convoluted and complicated as a experience. We can see here this is 90% positive with a lot of reviews, so there really is no reason not to just put this on the wish list already. That's 1 week after the launch, too. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R DLC character Yuya Fungami has been announced, which I feel like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has been around for quite a while. This is Season Pass 2 downloadable characters. So they're doing a fairly good job of supporting a game that they probably need to support, because they probably can't afford to make a new JoJo fighting game, and there's probably just enough fandom to justify making one JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fighting game and including as many characters as you possibly can. A game called Laika Aged Through Blood for PC launches October 19th. Console versions have not been dated. Which I'm not 100% sure what this is. Really, it's some kind of hashtag motorbike. Why is motorbike even a tag on Steam? Of all things. Yeah, I'm really not sure what this is as a game, but I'll put it on the follow list, make a YouTube short. And that's going to bring us to the GameDeveloper.com articles, which we probably talked about all of those. Blizzard primes Diablo 4 for Steam release later this month. For its second time ever, Blizzard's bringing a hot summer game to Valve's storefront. Let's see. Epic Games to update the Unreal Engine pricing for devs outside the game industry. One thing certainly that wasn't talked about as much about Unity trying to retroactively change their terms of service is that throughout all of the United States, most softwares have these ridiculous terms of service agreements that by opening the plastic packaging on the cardboard box in which a CD-ROM might exist, you're already agreeing to the terms of service before you even see them, which almost certainly should be illegal. You should have to be at least capable of being informed and be able to read the terms of service. But yes, 1,000-page long user agreements, many of them allow the companies to unilaterally and often retroactively change the terms, but very few companies have actually done it, because the risk there is that it would lead to a lawsuit that would create precedent to say it doesn't matter what's in the contracts, those terms are just too egregious, too illegal to be honored, which a lot of things in contracts should be illegal and just not allowed. And they don't want to make that precedent, and they definitely don't want to have a huge backlash. So gamers in general probably did most software using people a huge favor by making a large pushback and backlash to Unity. But that doesn't mean some other company isn't going to try and change things once again. I mean, before that, we had the whole Dungeons and Dragons terms of service licensing debacle, and before that, I'm sure there was a endless list of other debacles of people changing the terms of service or altering the deal. Like that joke, I've altered the deal, I pray I don't alter it further, is, I believe, from the very first Star Wars. So you're talking somewhere around 85, 83 that joke was made. And almost certainly that's been a case way before then, as long as courts and contracts have existed in the first place. There's been people who have tried to finagle or change the deal. At some point far in the past, those type of people that tried to change the deals would be called scammers or thrown in jail or executed. Nowadays they're called job creators and capitalists more often than not, and idolized. There is this idea in, I believe it was Roman culture, called ostracization, where if the democratically elected person got elected 2 or 3 times, or got elected even once, I'm not sure how many times they had to be elected, after they finished their job as being elected as like senator or president or emperor or whatever, they were kicked out of the community and forced to leave, and they would have no influence. That way no one person could get too powerful. The general idea of ostracization of highly rich people would be an interesting idea to try to implement, although it probably wouldn't work very well. You just have a whole bunch of people moving to Dubai and retiring, which that's not a terrible thought to. Moving on, here we have Keywords laying off unionized developers after concluding BioWare's contract. Though the unionized developers were not directly employed by BioWare, their dismissal follows the layoff of 50 employees by the Dragon Age Dreadwolf developer. This sounds a lot like how Amazon.com has tried to get around unions and break unions, in that they've hired people through a middle manager company so that they can then shut down the contract with that middle manager company if the employees try to unionize or do succeed in unionizing. And that's where, in part, union protections are a little bit lackluster in the United States, and a new union strength might not be that high, because now these union employees who've been laid off could go strike in front of the place and picket and try to prevent any scabs from coming through, if there are any scabs or new hires replacing them. But that may not have enough of an effect overall, and they can certainly sue in courts, and that may work in the long run, get better severance, but that's about it. There isn't really a path where a unionized group of people being laid off as a retaliatory action can sue and win a big enough judgment that all of a sudden the company that laid them off becomes owned by the union, and it's a union shop, and then everybody gets their job back and the union busting management gets kicked to the curb. There just really isn't a process for that, unfortunately. There probably should be, but it just would not happen. Not in the capitalist society of the United States, at least. And so then you just get back to the general idea, where it would be very nice if there was a job pool, at least a well-funded job pool, where laid off unionized developers could be put in the job pool, and then they had to be the next person hired by any union shops as far as other development companies in once other development companies start hiring, which, yeah, nobody has had a union long enough to negotiate something like that. No one's had a union long enough to even really negotiate that all new hires have to be union members in a lot of cases. I don't think. Maybe they have gotten that far, but I haven't heard anybody say that so far. Let's see, we already talked about the former HR manager suing Bungie. Let's see, Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty sold 3 million copies in 1 week. There you have yet another random screenshot of yet another character. I'm not sure if any of these characters on screen here really matter or are important characters, though. Telltale reportedly laid off staff working on The Wolf Among Us 2. I don't know if we actually got any confirmation that they actually were working on The Wolf Among Us 2, but that may just be a case of GameDeveloper.com trying to have a better headline instead of just saying Telltale reportedly laid off staff, which is the actual facts you should have in the headline. But yeah, speculation as to whether it's The Wolf Among Us 2 or some other game that Telltale, the new Telltale, is working on doesn't really need to be in the headline. Cyberpunk CD Projekt spent $85 million developing and promoting Phantom Liberty. Again, new characters, new looking characters in this screenshot. And then Valve breaking down what will and won't get your game featured on Steam. I don't feel like the breakdown there is particularly that helpful, though. Like, there's no no real numbers being mentioned or what your target goals should be. Let's see. Valve explainer including how developers can make the most of tags, the factors that factor strong localization, regional pricing, controller support, increases the odds your game will be advertised. But they don't think Steam should be pay to win, and they're not selling ad levels. The level and them not selling ads levels the playing field and makes recommendations better for players. Interesting. I feel like at some level they are selling ads. Maybe the way they sell ads is that you have a publisher sale and you pay extra to have that publisher sale at the very top of the front page. But yeah, I kind of feel like they do sell ads somewhere. But maybe I'm wrong. Definitely felt like they were selling some ads. So I got the follow list cleanup working, so we can now look at games on the follow list, although some of these still haven't really come out yet. Let's see. Indies Lies, a deck builder card builder game that's mostly positive at 76%, which is really on the edge. Yeah, again, I guess I'll just leave this on the follow list though and not antagonize over it. Particularly if I leave a collectible card game or a deck builder game long enough, it will potentially lose relevancy. Or it'll be a game like this that only has 16 reviews from 2021 that has no relevancy, so I can say no to that. In his time, needs more time. And Flames. Some of these may be games that we've relatively recently looked at too. This is a VR game. Because of the way I've changed the programming, if it is going backwards a little bit, there will be some duplications there. Mortals of Avium, good enough to put on the wish list, although when you get back to relevancy, I wouldn't be surprised if by the time I thought about buying it and playing it, it is just not being played by enough people to justify it. You can see the all-time peak of this single player game is 751, and the peak today was 33 players. That's really not enough players. It's going to really make Immortals of Avium a very niche game. Igni Stone needs more time. Fusion. If Fusion were that easy, it's from 2022. 2.5D point and click adventure game. Really with no relevancy, and it's been a year. So either I need to say yes to this and make an executive decision, or say no to it because it is irrelevant. So yeah, you have like 6 reviews here. Yeah, and I think that's probably a case where I'm just gonna have to say no. If I get really, really desperate in the future for point and click adventure games, I'll just search the category of point and click adventures and scrape the bottom of the barrel at that point. But right now, with only 3 reviews of verified reviews, you have to say no. Then we have a bullet hell shooter game called Idle Hell, which, you know, we could take this off because that's just not my style of game. I do need to kind of check nowadays though to make sure if I'm taking a game off the follow list, has it actually been released yet, and has it been released? I guess if it's been released at any point and isn't still waiting to come out, then I can remove it from the follow list. If it's not released yet, though, I should leave it on the follow list. Anyways, that's going to bring us to all new games. Now, we haven't really seen a lot of adult games this week, so I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see a lot of this. Livestream 2, Escape from Gaizuka Happy Place. The question here is I vaguely recall the first one of these. So let's do some research. As far as mature content, some nudity and sexual content being in the game, I notice here all of a sudden. Alright, so let's just go ahead and see what the first game reception was. Alright. So we have a game from this developer called Sentimental Deathloop, which is mixed reviewed. Love on Leave, which has 16 positive reviews. Beat Relief was the massage game, it's massaging rhythm game. The Future You've Been Dreaming On, mostly negative. Nin Days is 26. A lot of these games potentially are yes. So, making a sequel to this game is probably not really doing too much, in all fairness. It probably is the exact same 3 characters and the exact same monster character. And definitely this feels like a game that's going to have some kind of censorship, uncensored patch. But you know what, we'll put it on the fall list and see how the reception is there. Although once again it creates a weird situation where I don't know if I could play a game like that. I probably could enable a blur to just censor out a few sections. But I don't know if there's really a game outside of the adult content. Anyways, Party Poppers looks like nothing. Here we have a space game called Heaven's Fall that seems like it's Japanese only. The amount of Japanese only games is increasing on Steam, and the diversity of Japanese only games is increasing quite a bit. So it seems like we really are hitting a level here where it is really being embraced. PC gaming is really being embraced by the Japanese developers and publishers, at least. Which that is an intriguing first step, certainly. Guardians of Gaia, Guardian 8, I think doesn't really look like anything. Although the models look kind of interesting. Feels like this is a demo to some other game. Yeah, that's not out yet. So I'm gonna say no to a vertical slice or a demo, whatever you want to call it. Jumpman doesn't look like anything. Robot here looks incredibly bad in the screenshots. Here we have what looks like maybe an RPG. No, I'd say it's probably more of a strategy game. I don't think there's anything here, though. If anything, it feels like they had one 2D character and they're trying to have a little bit of a visual novel story introduction, and then very quickly it's just getting to pixely chibi characters in a game where you'd have to zoom in and zoom out quite a bit. This is English, Chinese, and Japanese as far as language. The next step, certainly I'd want to see, is if we start to see near full embracing of PC gaming from the Japanese audience, is to see if we can get the more Western, Southwestern Asian countries, for lack of a better term, which, I mean, Eastern, Southeastern Asian countries. Japan is about the most Western Asian country. So you'd see like South Korea putting more games on Steam, ideally, and then you'd see like Thailand, Philippines, India, to a point where you're hitting the eastern edges of Asia into the Middle East. Armchair Commander here doesn't look like anything. Ghost at Dawn. In a lot of ways, this might be a game that I would have dismissed as just a horror asset flip game, except for the fact that I'm seeing characters on the screen and it feels like a different kind of art style, so it feels a little bit different and not as asset flippy. It says it has English full audio, so we'll give that a chance. Fake Away. Doesn't look like anything. Castle Mystery, on the other hand, definitely feels exactly like an asset flip horror game. But even at that, I'm gonna be generous and make a short around it and give it a chance by putting it on the follow list. Red Barrels Go Boom. Doesn't really look like anything of interest. And then we have our full first adult section game called Stranded in Space. 3D CGI characters. One lady with a red robotic arm. There is some goofiness in the eyes of these 3D models, but the skin tone and the resolution on the characters look a little bit better. There's perhaps some goofiness in the angles, somewhat too. There's a dark-skinned lady with vitiligo, which is an interesting twist, but it does create a very odd contrast in that every other character is blemish-free as far as their skin goes, and that typically is the case as far as how things work in video games, as you'll have completely blemish-free bodies, not a single mole, pimple, freckle, unless they want something there, unless they want to give them a tattoo, unless they want to give them a scar. It's just a sci-fi visual novel. You wake up on a spaceship filled with women as a male. It's oddly an early access game. I don't get the reason of ever making a visual novel early access, even if it is an adult game. It says it's English only. It's selling for $12.74. Yeah. I would say there's not probably that much of a variety in what's being shown. It says there are 20 plus characters, no throwaway characters. Each character has a story and a personality. I question that's a lot of characters. It says it has 400,000 plus words. That's way too many words. 12,000 plus images. More than 200 animations across 60 plus sex scenes. Several major decisions that result in completely different scenes and content. Unchosen routes won't appear in your game later. 15 to 20 hours of gameplay. An expansive laptop chat system and minigames and pictures to collect. I bet that fills out a lot of the content if any of these numbers are true. It says it's early access, so by it being in early access, all these numbers could be lies. Escape room with puzzles and unlockables. That's just way too much. Excuse me. It says the game is currently on day 18 and the full version will have 21 days. So it almost feels like it's trying to be something close to like a Persona game. And weirdly, though, I would say nothing there to catch my interest or want to put that on the follow list, even with all those promises. The next adult section games, back to back, is called Hot Candy Land, which is a 2D cartoony art style of characters, and it feels to me like this is probably a City Tycoon parody. But weirdly, even though it's an adult game, I'm not really seeing any nudity. I'm just seeing characters showing cleavage and in bikinis. And that's it. It's a free-to-play game, which you don't see that, but then it's also being sold as an MMO online PvP game with in-app purchases. So it feels like they're trying to create a community of people who would play against each other and then make in-app purchases to win against each other. Right now, there's a all-time peak of 8 people playing the game, so not that much of a community so far. You work your way up the food chain, or the highlights. You take on the adult film industry, create a real estate empire, rule the streets and the red lights as you manage your team, and you build the most powerful gang in town to protect your investments. Warning, gameplay contains a lot of satire and parody and some nudity. The game is in English, German, Spain, Spanish, Polish, and Russian. Yeah. The art style here, though, really just negates wanting to actually play this game. Even as a city sim, the buildings are all kind of the same color, and it makes it very difficult to see things. They're calling it a tactical RPG. I don't know if that's exactly the right move or the right name for it. Moving on, the next game we have, I can actually show. Vox Populi Poland 2023. Sounds like this is probably a politically focused game, talking on the subject I probably know nothing about, so I have zero interest in potentially diving into what could be some level of propaganda or political trolling. Here we have a game called After University, which looks like it is a mostly joke game, asset flip game. Not seeing anything particularly interesting there. We have Shelter in the Doomsday, which looks like it's trying to make a clone of Fallout Shelter. I'm going to be generous and put this on the follow list, but I'm not going to make a YouTube short on it because it doesn't look good enough. Which, I don't know what the point of doing that really is. Because I'm almost certainly not going to purchase and play that game. Rydo. At a certain level, I guess if I did find a game that I wanted to play, but I didn't make a YouTube short on it, I would just be doing what I used to do before I made YouTube shorts, which is making footage and having more in-depth critical consumer advice come out of my gameplay footage. This game looks like nothing. So there still is a reason, I imagine, to potentially play a game even if it didn't get a short when it first came out. That game too doesn't look like anything of interest. Nor does this. If this, we can just burn through all these fairly quickly. We'll be done fairly quickly. I'll give this a chance. Project Chimera. It's an interesting name. Not particularly the most interesting screenshots, but it will be generous. Game called Lovey Dovey, which, yeah, looks like a joke control game. Yep, does not look like anything of interest. Here we've got what looks like an RPG Maker game. Easily dismissed. Deadly Rain. A little too much dark screenshot syndrome, so I'm going to say no to that. Then we have yet another adult game, adult only section game called College Sex Episode 1, which I feel like Episode 1 of that series already should exist. Now there's a weird first screenshot here I'm seeing with it's 3D CGI characters, and there's just a lady in the doorway watching and kind of sucking on her finger, more almost like she doesn't know what she's seeing, and like she would be completely mentally unaware of what's happening more than being sensual. I guess this is supposed to be college dorms, but honestly it looks more like a hotel room. It's just way too big and way too well decorated. There's a guy with tattoos, there's a girl with tattoos, and then there's another girl, and that seems to be it. It's a visual novel. It's $2.24, English only, and since we see that it is episode 1, they're going to try and sell a whole bunch of these, almost certainly. It's all from the same publisher, that Erotic Games Club, that kind of floods Steam with adult content, but it's not like anybody else is putting out adult content in the adult section anyway, so they might as well be allowed to do it. It really is probably one, maybe two companies. There's no talk as far as how many scenes and or how long the game is, though, so it's pretty impossible to know if $2.24 is a good deal or a bad deal. It's probably a terrible deal. Next we have a game called Wind Rider, which still is just an RPG Maker game. Nothing really special there. Although I will say the art here looks at least a little bit better. This feels like maybe this is done with a newer version of RPG Maker, which isn't really saying that much. Next we have something called Midnight Girl, which is some kind of point and click adventure horror game. We'll give that a chance. And then we have Ocnus Theory, sandbox platformer. The description here makes me want to give it a chance, but the screenshots here definitely don't make me want to give it a chance, so I'm gonna have to say no to that. Paper Aircraft to Childhood. Looks like it's probably one of these flying simulator, bird simulator games. $3.99. No, I'm gonna have to say no to that. Blue Ribbon Bake Off is some kind of card-based game I've never heard of. A new original playing card game. No wonder I've never heard of it. Well, it looks visually terrible, and even if you are making the cards for real, the placement here is pretty terrible. And if anything, I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't actually just a Western take on Hanafuda, or something similar to that, where you're matching specific recipes. Hanafuda is actually way more complicated than that, so that's not a good comparison. Yeah, this game though looks terrible, so easily that's going to be a no. Rally Rockin' Racing. Yeah, it looks good enough to give it a chance. Triplets Trouble. Is this an adult game? No, mature content warning on it. It's a visual novel where you're apparently a father of triplets. Father and his triplets, the period shortly after the pandemic, each game played by the children becomes a mini-game in the short narrative over 7 days of the life of this family. So it's a fairly unique, like, comic strip kind of art style here. Yeah, I assume that maybe he's bathing the triplets here and they've just cut off this with the text. It's a weird situation though, since it's a free game, but I guess I put it on the follow list to make a short on it. There's really no reason not to. Usually free visual novels aren't much of anything, and a slice of life story over 7 days really does feel like a game jam game, something very short and unambitious. But we've seen a lot worse. Old school here feels like it is a bully parody, except for there's one problem in that it may actually have the 3D model of the bully from Bully, and they may have stolen the artwork and the 3D model. Let's assume that's not true, then let's just evaluate the game otherwise. Yeah, from the looks of it, it doesn't look like much of anything. Rockstar is really running out of time if they were ever going to remaster, re-release, or make a sequel to Bully, because I just don't think kids these days can in any way relate to a bully, or anybody that would even be labeled as a bully. And so a counterculture style game like that, I think, falls apart. Inherently, Rockstar has really failed to put out any games that haven't caused some controversy, and they really only get sales based on controversy for the most part. Like the Red Dead Redemption games should have gotten a lot more sales and a lot more press, and they really didn't. Yeah, this old school game though looks terrible on second thought. Freaky Trip looks like a freaky trip, so we'll say yes to that, because there's some truth in advertising, I suspect, in that. Land of Crystals looks like nothing. King of Swords looks like nothing. Here we have yet another hidden object game, which I'll make a short on. Purple Explorer. This is probably nothing, but I'll say yes to this. And then we have another adult game called Space Girls. This is flat 2D, slightly more colorful, more anime style girls, but still very tall in the designs. It seems to me like it's just a memory game with some 2D images of some girls floating around in space. And there is something to that, certainly, as far as if you are going to set a game in space, you're going to need the art to show a lack of gravity, and where a lack of gravity might twist and position the character in different ways. Although, for the most part, that seems to be only one of these screenshots. The rest of them seems like they basically do have gravity still. Space Girls is $1.59. It is English only, though. And again, no real indication on how many pictures are actually in the game. Lay Corpse Glitch Multitudes. Looks like it's maybe an artistic VR game, which I think I can say no to. 20 more tabs. Oh, just 3 more. Good, we're almost completely done. These streams still going very long. Star sign. Really, I'll give a chance to. And then step by step. This precision platformer, I'll say no to. And Halloween store simulator, I'll say no to. We didn't see a ton of adult store games this week, but we saw some. And really at this point, I don't think we're going to ever see anything that's even slightly anime-esque. If it is going to be a little bit anime in color palette and art style as an adult game, the characters are going to be drawn exceptionally anatomically tall and proportional to make them look as old or be perceived as old as possible. None of the kawaii art style, let alone moe or chibi art styles. We're not even seeing a lot of kawaii or moe or chibi games at all, even outside of the adult section. And I think a lot of that probably has to do with the Tokyo Game Show being a finishing line in part for the year for Japanese game publishers and developers, and we just won't be seeing that many new Japanese games until probably somewhere around February or March. Anyways, that's going to be it for the stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me further, there's a link down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.